slow your thoughts. Let's chew on something worth thinking about. Welcome to mental chewing gum. To mental chewing gum. To mental chewing gum. Let's chew on something worth thinking about. Welcome to mental chewing gum. To mental chewing gum. To mental chewing gum. To mental chewing gum. Take a seat, slow your thoughts. Let's chew on something worth thinking about.
Shout outs to everybody in the building. This Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. Right back at the helm of today's show. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
Yeah. Hey, hey. Yeah.
to ash, dust to dust. The dustiest niggas been fucking with us. Am I a goat? Well, probably not. I probably was, but you probably forgot. My white label had to go white label shit when he stepped out his body and finally got hot. Hand me the tools like I'm picking a lot. Me and white bitches been kissing a lot. My honor comes from the shit that I do for the ones that I love is between them and I. Your honor comes to the court and the officer pleaded so that you could cut off some time. Nowadays y'all don't put in no work. Y'all just won't jump to the front of the line and hurry and run out the nine. Baby boy, please.
You're now listening to Player Talk Radio with the coolest DJ in the manosphere.
Let's go.
DJ Kuda. Let's go. Let's
I'm
go.
a nasty woman.
Thank you. Hey, hey.
Yeah. Ash to ashes, dust to dust. The dustiest niggas been fucking with us. Am I a goat? Well, probably not. I probably was, but you probably forgot. My white label had to go white label shit when he stepped out his body and finally got hot. Hand me the tools like I'm picking a lot. Me and white bitches been kissing a lot. My honor comes from the shit that I do for the ones that I love is between them and I. Your honor comes to the court and the officer pleaded so that you could cut off some time. Nowadays y'all don't put in no work. Y'all just won't jump to the front of the line and hurry and run out the nine. Baby boy, please. I heard what you said to little bro about me. Yeah, and when you run into the ice, man, what you gonna do except freeze? You not about to squeeze, you not in the streets. I'm cut niggas off at the knees. They ain't no standing on business with me. If I'm lying, I'm flying economy. Give me a motherfucking seat. If I'm lying, I'm flying economy. I bet I know who I see. You know how I fly, cause I land at the beach. When you land, you can see me. You whisper my name, cause the way that it carry, you can't even speak. Yeah, you can't even speak.
Whisper my name and don't say it too loud, cause you gotta come here and you know I pop out. We turn to Coachella, have boys backing down, and we might do the same if we touch rolling loud. If you my nigga, then say that my nigga. Like, what's up, my crow? They come hunt me right now. Come on to me and get one of them out, cause you know I
Okay, you gotta whisper my name. Yo, hey. You gotta whisper my name. Yo, hey. Yo. Yo. Hey. Hey. I'm doing my big one.
Now you know you gotta break the game down a little bit more because they might be slow.
A middle one. Yeah, my brother said he want a blue beam. I'ma get him one. My new team don't know how I live. My brother got no fucking gear. He popping at everyone. This ain't fixable smoke where you see us all sitting with Farrakhan, nigga. This shit like the bag that you bring on the plane. It's gonna carry on.
I'm trying to fuck
that. They somebody shit is like Comic-Con. My YGs are faster than praying. You lucky it's Ramadan. Otherwise they would be posted outside like the Pentagon. You niggas be hitting the net for some love. You a tennis ball. I take 500K out of dinner. I never collect shit from none of y'all.
Whisper my name and don't say it too loud, cause you gotta come here and you know I pop out. We turned to Coachella, have boys backing down, and we might do the same if we touch rolling loud. If you my nigga, then say that my nigga. Like, what's up, my crow? They come hunt me right now. Come on to me and get one of them out, cause you know how these niggas they counting me out.
Left me when it started fucking with the other nigga. Now I make tab. I don't fuck with none of these bitches no more.
Okay, you gotta whisper my name. Yo, hey. Okay, you gotta whisper my name.
You're now listening to Player Talk Radio with the coolest DJ in the manosphere.
Let's go.
DJ Kuda. Let's go. Let's go.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
She had a miscarriage.
Hey.
Ever. Just because you can't get your little cat dick
October's on as the label. 7-figure deal was a fable. 8-figure bought out the neighbors. 9 figures turning the tables. You pussy boy better be ready and able. I'm coming. I can't talk on bro case cause it's sticky. Free tea and free greasy, my Achilles. My youngest put lots on the city, so niggas be shit to come out when it's litty. T, that's the Cody, so free him. These niggas are joking, I wouldn't wanna be him. I be the producer, like what's the BPM? I cannot de-escalate things that we see him. My young boys don't do it for clout. If they do it, they cover their head and their mouth. Swear there's some shit I'm forgetting about. 03 of the slime when they let him
damn
out.
nigga!
I be with them guys from the 6 that you niggas stay talking on Reddit about. Say a whole lot, but we saw you and we had you begging it out. Remember that shit? Twisting it. Yeah, he's twisting his fingers and looking at me. Twisting some shit up that I never seen. Twisting it up, I don't know what that means. Twist. I'm twisting it back cause he twisting at me. Twisting that 6 in his face. Twisting that R in his face like Styles and P. Twisting the M and the O and the B. Twisting the O and the C and the T and the O and the B and the E and the R and the G and the A and the N and the G. Twist. Yeah, twisting it. Yeah, twisting it. I'm twisting it up cause he twisting at me. I haven't seen bro in a while, but that nigga wild, I'm not in a rush to. People keep telling me smile, but bro is on trial, the shit to adjust to. I don't need security to ride around town, we can fly downtown, just us two. Unless you know the G-way handshake, when we go to shake hands, man can't trust you.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
Waterproof iPhone case, bro, splash on camera. She wanna pop ass on camera. Sweetie could film, just don't put on camera. They just try and move so racist. We gotta go beat some cases before we show faces. And all I do is shell down stages. My face never ages. I must be in God's good graces. If my emotions are showing, it's only because I'm ahead of what they got going. I'm trying to stay laid back, cause you know the hot heads with me and they wanna get a payback going. I don't recognize none of that shit that he's going, but maybe where he's from they know it. All I know is the man I'ma piss. Fuck that shit, man. Twisting it. Yeah, he's twisting his fingers and looking at me. Twisting some shit up that I never seen. Twisting it up, I don't know what that means. Twist. I'm twisting it back cause he twisting at me. Twisting that 6 in his face. Twisting that R in his face like Styles and P. Twisting the M and the O and the B. Twisting the O and the C and the T and the O and the B and the E and the R and the G and the A and the N and the G. Twist. Yeah, twisting it. I'm twisting it up cause he twisting at me.
It's okay, and it's DJ Kuda. It's okay, and it's DJ Kuda. It's okay, and it's DJ Kuda. Oh, it's
girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle.
Is that Drake's necklace?
It's mine.
Oh, you're part of his best friends group?
Now you know you gotta break the game down a little bit more because they might be slow.
DJ Sunday Roche coming to you live.
It's okay, and it's DJ Kuda.
WWs, you are worldwide underground.
Baby, I hate lights in the ceiling, can we lay outside? I hate lights in the ceiling, can we stay outside? Where you going? You a junkie, you can way outside. I hate lights in the ceiling, can we lay outside? I hate lights in the ceiling, can we stay outside? Where you going? You a junkie, you can way outside. Just focus, give it all. Just focus, give it all. Give it all. Just give it all. I'm worth more than the rap shit. Worth more than my rap shit. Getting caught in the rap shit. Getting caught again. Baby, I need more than the last one. Need more than attachments. Need more than the password. These war interactions, baby. I ain't there yet amongst them. Ain't there but my cup dirt. Ain't scared of you. But I'm scared of your love like baby. Life ain't fair to your hard work. I'm nailed to the artwork. Don't stare at it. Don't stare at her heartbreak, baby. I hate lights in the ceiling, can we lay outside? I hate lights in the ceiling, can we stay outside? Where you going? You a junkie, you can way outside. Baby, I hate lights in the ceiling, can we lay outside? I hate lights in the ceiling, can we stay outside? Where you going? You a junkie, you can way outside. I hate lights in the ceiling. Just focus, get it all. Just get it all. Just get it all. Just get it all. Just focus, get it all. Just get it all. Get it all. Just focus, get it all. Yeah, baby, I've been falling since August. Awful often off the coffin. Aren't you piece by piece to piece me back is torture. Awful up and lost the love. It's looking like I lost myself and lost a step. It's costly scars and you never lied. Did you have another episode? Are you privy to the underline? Are you headed into hell alone? Ain't the devil known the double dime? Might be headed to be headed solved. Might be heavy on my debit card. Might be heavy on my heavy heart. Might be better if we better dog. They just let me take the level. Leaving letters to my lover. It's a one-sided nigga raw. Reinvested in my rebel cars. Reinvested in my schedule ones. Love I know I need to love I know I'm flawed. Stay with me. You got a problem with escapism. Lacing me. Hard and not since they sipping. Listen, we sharp and starving. Day tripping on the rhyme. The rock is lost. We make visits. Then we spark with sparks in space. You are who you are. So crash for what? My mama intervening. I wanna see you clean up. I hate lights in the ceiling, can we lay outside? I hate lights in the ceiling, can we stay outside? Where you going, you a drinking, you been way outside. Baby, I hate lights in the ceiling, can we lay outside? I hate lights in the ceiling, can we stay outside? Where you going, you a drinking, you been way outside.
Hey, it's your DJ Sanero. She coming to you live on WWUR.
It's okay, and it's DJ
Radio,
Kuda.
the People's Radio. We got a couple more hits for you. Top of the hour.
Thank you, girls.
Make sure you keep it locked in. She roll one up, but don't roll one up. Be safe out there. Don't sip too much. We'll be back to you. Back at you. Top of the hour. WWUR.
Player Talk Radio, we in the building. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Let's get it. Let's go.
Bump my head and fell off top and run on sins and friend on friend. If we don't win and pay your tax and make your fins and we alright and KO kins and big old rims and LA homes. If that ain't wrong, if I ain't go, I ain't home, I ain't them. No more ends and no more trends and photo 10 and photo lenses. Notice this, POTA shit, bonafide, woe is me. Bowl of grits, naked pimp, beaming up, clean as fuck. Other side, chill for niggas, making life look clear for niggas, hill for niggas, tip top clip for niggas, this the visit, side to side. Some gifted niggas, if we honest, you gon' miss a nigga, twisted with them, this the ism. See your bitch might kiss a nigga, with a nigga, get specific. Big ass pot, wrist is missing, yo list is shit, and yo if it isn't, this cost some titties, and scar your face. The wrong of wrongs is called a case. Or if niggas then mob like Carter say, from far away, all my niggas like calm down. Love a life above a reason, just can't find it like a dozen people. Catch that vibe at night and vibe the witness, get too tired to write and died in prison, felt like Rob tonight. Lost my guy tonight.
Oh, sometimes I get so out of myself. Feel like I'm running in circles. Oh, and I'm just holding on to my breath. I need smoke just to wait. Oh, and I get so out of myself. But I make it out somewhere. So roll another one.
How many souls do you touch a day? How many hoes do you fuck a day? How many flow do you thought convey? How many know you can't walk away? Depending on the way I feel, I might kill everybody around me. Might heal everybody around me. How the wind blow, open your window. Let the debris in, never let me in. Night kick back with kick though. Maybe if I could live 100, yeah, that'd be real. Pay me if I'ma be rhyming these, I'm a them. Crazy my other show went to my mama them. My daddy said a Mercedes and haunted him, but I ain't got one. I'm riding shotgun with a 3-piece chicken dinner and shotgun. I bring your weekend to an end and then pop one. I'm on the deep end boss, nigga, you're not one. And I believe in Kool-Aid and Godson. Do you believe that black man is our son? I made enough residuals to hide some. I gave enough, my niggas know I divide some. I told them I'm the best rapper since 25. Been like that for a while now, I'm 29. Any nigga that disagree is a fucking lie. Part of me see my alter ego with Gemini, him and I've been around ever since Reagan would criticize. Might stay in the Trump Tower for 1 week. Spray paint all the wall and smoke weed. Fuck them and fuck y'all and fuck me. I proceed my last check and proceeds to all the keys, the hood, the bricks, the books, to fix the blocks we own, to right my wrong, the word to give, the life I live as I get.
So out of myself. Feel like I'm running in circles. Oh, and I'm just holding on to my breath. I need smoke just to wait. Oh,
Ooh, just don't forget me. Love me for the moment. Hug me like your sibling. We ain't that important. Vice cops in the kitchen. Grew with Apollonia. Ride was making chicken. Beat me down, you beat me down. Reorganize my face. Now when I go home, I don't know what my fam gon' say. Say it ain't luck, cause you brought flowers just a date. Thoughts was always cheap, but now let's talk about me. Lately I've been going, this ain't going how I want it. When I pull up at your window, bitch come out, you hit that BBB. Faithful as your EBT, closer than your mama can. Hang up when you bring up, I'm a dog, but I'm gon' call again. Freak me out, keep me out, why they always leave me out? Niggas that been hating, just can't wait to have my CD now. Don't we look like CP and Nirvana on that keep me pound, please be down.
Damn, Kuda, why you do him like that, baby?
Now what if something's wrong? What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. Now what if something's wrong? What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. Now what if something's wrong? What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. Now what if something's wrong? What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong.
Player Talk Radio, we in the building. Let's go. Shout outs to everybody here.
PM in Sephora. Everybody wears a different face. Perfume floating through the silence, like memories you can't replace. Watching colors catch the sunlight. Every mirror tells a lie. Somewhere laughter Another hour passes by. Nothing really stays, but everything remains. 3 p.m. in Sephora. Time slows underneath the lights. Everybody's searching, everybody's shining, everybody disappearing into white. Shopping bags and soft reflections. Conversations drift away. Every stranger has a story. No one says, but all display. Maybe beauty isn't perfect. Maybe moments never leave. Maybe every ordinary afternoon is all we'll ever need. 3 p.m. in Sephora, floating somewhere in between the life we're living now and every life we've never seen. 3 p.m. in Sephora. 3 p.m. in Sephora. 3 p.m. in Sephora.
Let's start today's show. What up, fitness fam? Tired of feeling like a stretched out yoga mat after leg day? Meet Hemp for Fitness, your new best friend in recovery. Whether you're chasing gains in the gym, chasing relaxation after a long day, or chasing that beautiful woman on the treadmill.
What's the matter, Daddy?
That somehow still has enough energy to do cardio for 45 minutes straight.
Damn.
Hemp for Fitness has you covered. CBD gummies, recovery sticks, muscle creams, relaxation capsules, and nighttime tinctures. Even wellness products that might turn date night into an all-star performance.
Bust all in there.
Yeah, they got that too. And guess what? Use coupon code T-210 and get 10% off your order. And if you mention CUDA, you'll score 2 free gifts with your order.
Damn, boy.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
And listen, no mailbox is safe in America because Hemp for Fitness ships nationwide.
To this day.
Including Hawaii.
To this day.
Oh, and keep your eyes peeled. Because if you see LT Man in the chat, that might be your lucky day. Specialized orders, exclusive deals, product recommendation, custom help. If you know, you know. So if you see him in the chat, oh yeah, make sure you hit him up. So don't just stretch, thrive. Head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com. And thank me later.
Thank you.
Let's get it. Let's go.
Raul.
And let's get back to the show. All right, we are back in the building. It's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second. Still putting the show together. Hold on real quick. Still putting this show together. YouTube is not sending out any of my notifications. Nice. Check. Sure. 1 second. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Share the show. You know what I'm saying? We are here. Player Talk Radio. We're going to talk about some stuff on today's show. We got some topics to cover. Shit like that. Shit like that. Hold on. Alright. Shout out to everybody over on YouTube. Alright. We here. Player Talk Radio. For a second. Okay. Give me here. Give me 1 second. All right. So what's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. We are back in the building tonight with another show. Got a lot of stuff to talk about, man. Earlier today, you know, I was talking a little bit about some of the FBA stuff. We're gonna get to that. I was talking a little bit about politics also. We're gonna get into that too. Give me 1 second. Let me Jesus Christ. There is no real estate on this damn screen. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Take care of your wealth, which happens to be your health. All right, give me 1 second. Oh my God, there he goes, bro. If you only knew what's been happening in the last couple of hours. Man, I'm working on it now. And the guy said he hasn't gotten a Series S in yet, but he's bidding on one that's in Thailand right now. So I got the number of this other lady who has a mom and pop store. And she said she'll get back to me on Friday. She can get an Xbox Series S. So I got the video too that I gotta put out when I journeyed and I shouted you out heavy in that video. I just gotta finish editing it and putting the music and stuff behind it. And we went to the store in the mall, and it's the same lady that was at the store in the mall. But she didn't have any Xboxes. She only had Switch 2s. She didn't even have the PlayStation. She only had Switch 2s. So I gotta finish putting that video together. There's a lot of videos coming, y'all. So shout outs to War Master in the building. Man, you might enjoy it. Well, you enjoy all the shows, but you might get a kick out of today's show, you know, with the foolish Black Americans thing. Bro, like you always run across my mind every time I cover these topics, because I'm like, God damn, how many different topics is War Master going to be writing? And you know, I never doubted you though. You know, you lived a lot of life and you've been around America and you can recount a lot of things that the average American can't before they decide to take up some of these stances that they do. You know? I don't know, man. You probably have a better outlook on life. And, you know, I admire brothers like War Master and, you know, some of the brothers, you know, the other brothers here in these spaces that preserve themselves. Because honestly, if you get wrapped up into this shit, man, you will lose your goddamn mind. And I got some video game stuff coming. I appreciate War Master always reminding me to, you know, jump back in the game and then play Xbox and stuff like that. Because I decompress, man. You said say no to Crapple and you will have enough screens. You're right about a lot of stuff, man. So you know how we've been talking about the FBA stuff, War Master, and you know and you know you coined it foolish black Americans. Some people say it's flex bank account. The new one is fear of being African. There's so many people that's been like jumping into this argument, and it's gotten ridiculous, you know. It's gotten uber ridiculous. And like there was this guy, I think his name is Jew Almighty. You know, he's supposed to be like I guess writing for FBA or whatever, or some type of spokesperson for FBA. There really isn't no spokesperson for FBA because all they're doing is shadowing Tariq, another person War Master don't like. But the hilarious part about this whole thing is that like he had Flacco over on his show. You know what I'm saying? That's, bro, Jesus Christ, man. I can't walk shit down around War Master because he already know where I'm going with it. That's really where it boils down to. And I know some people will come through and be like, oh, you know, why does Kuda agree with War Master? I agree with War Master because if you guys ever watch any of the OG shows, and just even especially some of the greatest shows, like, man, y'all gotta go watch the shows around like the around the last election with Donald Trump and stuff like that, man. Bro, and War Master, he be cooking in the chat, but when he came off the road and we were chopping it up and we were talking about a lot of stuff, just how he goes into politics and stuff like that, and how he can actually claim to be a conservative and back up his claims and articulate what it is not. You know what I'm saying? Where stuff gets misconstrued and everything. You don't have people that can do that. And then that's the same thing with the FBA conversations and stuff like that. You don't have people that can articulate what the hell it is. You know, I made a bunch of Pangea jokes earlier today. That's on me, you know. But it's an inside joke on top of that. It's like, okay, if you were, you know, if you didn't have anything to do with Africa, quote unquote, by your words, you're not the people that was mentioned in the Bible or the Quran or in Judaism and stuff like that. You were foundationally always in America. You know, so you know, and I'm not saying that you're not God's favorite, but you've outlined that you're not God's chosen people that got brought to the new world. So I just wonder, what was the religion? What were you know, what was America like before all of this. Can you explain that? Can y'all talk to me about that? Like, I would like to know from an archaeological standpoint, what were y'all names? What was y'all religion and stuff like that? Why were some of y'all posing as Nation of Islam not too long ago? And Fruit of Islam not too long ago? And Hebrew Israelites not too long ago? And Hoteps not too long ago? And Pan-Africanists not too long ago? There's this guy, what's his name? Afro Elite, calling everything and everybody under the sun tether and running the whole Tariq Nasheed FBA playbook. And his name is Afro Elite. Heavy on the Afro. Let's just try to figure out where the word Afro comes from. We're going to save your Wednesday afternoon, and your Wednesday evening is Player Talk Radio. All right, let's see if YouTube will put out, this notification. Yeah, these people, it's like y'all do remember y'all still got the African, Sarah Suit Seti, African, Sarnetta, African, Tariq Nasheed, African. These are all African names. If you're delineating, you might have to delineate from that name. That showed that you once identified as an African. So it's like or something, so it's like, when did this phenomenon occur? When did you realize, oh, hey, I'm not Chinese no more. Eyes. An American now. All right, so I don't know. Give me 1 second. I got a lot of stuff. Why is all of this stuff coming up when I'm trying to figure some stuff out? All right. Anyway, couple of stuff. What's going on in the news today? They say OTF Jam is testifying against Lil Durk, so he's probably cooked. The judge in the Carmelo Anthony case, they said he got debenched. They said that he's off the case. I gotta tap in with Miss V and see what's going on. I know, she got the real scoop. So I gotta definitely tap in with Miss V and see what she got going on, because for somehow they're saying that's a win for Carmelo Anthony. So so I gotta see what's up with that. Also, too, there was some politics that I didn't get a chance to get into not too long ago, because speaking of FBA and stuff like that, they were celebrating something with Donald Trump, because that was like a thing where it's like, anything going after the immigrants, in America is like a win for quote unquote FBA. That's like the Tariq Nasheed talking point that they're shadowing right now and they're harping on. So, definitely got to look into that. What's going on, Chris G? Good to see you, brother, in the building. Y'all, please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. We are super behind, but we still here. I'm trying to, still make sure I still provide some content for you guys. All right. YouTube is finally pushing out the show almost an hour after it aired, but okay. This is just stuff that we got to put up with and stuff, but I'm glad you guys are here. A lot of hard work and dedication go into these shows, guys. Please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Please support good content and dope content creators. All right, man. I was looking at something. I gotta look into it. I gotta see what's actually going on because I don't want somebody else's opinion on it, or maybe I just gotta go back into what politics, what happened last week and stuff like that, and maybe get the scoop, but I don't know. Trump got to be very careful with what he's signing and stuff like that, because white people got to play really weird politic games right now. So like this whole diaspora war with FBA and whoever. I don't even understand why this is even a thing. Anybody that knows their history, but it's popping off conveniently at the same time when they got to play with theirs and stuff. Numbers are down, and if you haven't noticed in America, like I said, they gotta do sundown towns to repopulate. I don't know why everybody wants people to be not pro their race, to a certain degree. If somebody happens to really, come out and be real with their racial politics and stuff like that, when racism is built in the fear of genetic annihilation, not all people think the way, some of us may think, and you may think the way that I'm about to describe, but it's the fear of genetic annihilation. You can't be mad at somebody, that's afraid to wake up and not see people like themselves or not be around people like themselves. Some people, I get it, they aren't people. You know what I'm saying? Some people, they aren't. Yeah, it's grifting. Yeah. But there's another thing too, though, and to bring that up too on this show, we're gonna talk about a lot of different stuff, y'all. But Black American and African American is different from FBA. You know what I'm saying? It's different from FBA. But they try to co-opt that too. You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing, I stayed away from the stupid politics, nigga politics. Ooh, my bad, I'm burping, goddamn. Nigga politics are way worse. But they're African American or Black American, whatever you want to call yourself, right? Because really, it's like what you said. A lot of times they fear being American, and in yesteryear, that fear of being American was making them call themselves Africans. But it's like they're running with the Tariq Nasheed narrative of somebody was holding them back and Africans are stopping them from repping their lineage and all this other stuff, or just some other just weird shadow Tariq Nasheed talking point that they come up with. And it's like, Nobody stopped you from doing anything. Like, people don't remember that cameras and recordings and all of that shit exists. It's like, bro, no. Nobody stopped you from doing anything. We literally saw you. We literally saw you use your channel and your voice, and you claim to be Nation of Islam. You claim to be Hebrew Israelites, God's chosen people that got delivered to the new world, which is America. You chose to tell people that Africans sold y'all into slavery and shit like that. And it's like, how were you sold into slavery when you were native to America? Can we put that together? How the hell did that happen? How does one get sold into slavery when they're Aboriginal Americans? But then you ask them that shit, they're gonna get on you, because guess what? How dare you tell me to do my history, And we're living in a day and age where it's like, okay, the first person to call whoever a tether, you can only assume that they're FBA. But then it goes back to what I've been telling you guys. It's like, yo, y'all need to, have a lineage audit then. Why isn't nobody talking about that? Oh, I know why. Because then you're gonna find out you're not American. And this is the other argument too that I forgot to bring up in the conversation earlier. Which y'all didn't tell me my audio was bad. But so I gotta edit it. But give me 1 second. What the hell is this? Okay. Yeah, so what was I about to say? What was I saying? Damn it, that thing just distracted me. Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show. We are like 2-3 shows behind on support. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. But no, what is this? Who the hell sending me this shit? Okay, I don't know about this video, but no, I do got some stuff that I want to show you guys. There was this guy on the Daily Wrap Up crew, and so many other things to chop it up and talk about. There's so many things. What was I saying that I left out of my rant earlier today? I covered so many goddamn topics. It was ridiculous. But if you take a look at the poll and you guys take a look at the questions that's asked in the chat, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna get straight into it. Can you change your identity without addressing what you publicly claimed before? Like I said, a lot of these people, they claim that, these people have been stopping us from practicing lineage, and they're upself want us to know, and when we strong and all this that nobody said. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I said, shout outs to my real FBAs that know what's going on and haven't fell for the okie doke or the banana in the tailpipe when it at least comes to online spaces. You know what I'm saying? But it's like nobody stopped you from anything. Nobody stopped you from really doing anything. if you're Aboriginal, you do got some white people in your family. You know that you know, like that are directly tied to slavery. You know, and so you know, really out a lot of people's wheelhouse, especially in America. You know, in a place that's supposed to be a melting pot, but it's a salad bowl. It's a salad bowl. So the xenophobia. Hold on. I'm getting cooked. You said Kuda left out his rant. I'm not a gamer. Hold on. No, actually, what's funny? What's funny was in the first video, I shouted you out because I said that I got some Metal Gear Solid. Pre-records coming. I've been having a hard time keeping the channel going. We're like behind like 4 or 5 shows, but 3 shows. I'll say 3 shows. And I got some more videos coming. I just gotta crank them out. It's just I got a lot of stuff I gotta pay attention to, and I was like, I'm gonna crank out some Metal Gear Solid videos. And I said, don't listen to War Master when he says I'm not a gamer. And I said something else, but I gave you a shout out. So it's funny because I did mention you and being a gamer. And taking the channel down the gaming path. But I do have a backup. You know, I'm gonna take some of the videos, the gaming videos that I'm gonna have and put on this channel. I'm gonna put on another channel that I'm gonna personally send to you, War Master, and I think I'm gonna be using that channel and Rumble or Kick as the gaming hub, you know, for the most part, you know, because y'all see what I gotta put up with? Nintendo is like the Gen X. Nintendo is like the main Gen X console. You know? I know a lot of Gen X's that don't like Nintendo. And I know a lot of Gen X's that love Nintendo. Some people think Nintendo sold out, though. But we're going to talk about it. But no, I definitely going to have it split up, you know? Just to attract another crowd. You know, because, you know, the crowd over here, if you're not talking about women and stuff like that, niggas get real antsy. You know, and then like, you know, shout outs to And1 Play 5. Thank you, bro. Hold on. Thank you again too. Gave you a big shout out yesterday. Shout outs to And1 Play 5 dropping a huge. $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I'm gonna give you guys a big shout out in the towards the middle of the show. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. YouTube and Rumble are like slowing down everything. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. Let me just not even look at the number and just resume the show. Thank you, bro. As always. But no, I mean, you know, it's just different. Like Rumble is like there's a different group of people in these spaces now. You know, people used to think that it was just like nerds and incels and gamers and all those people over here, and it's like, nah. in these spaces is more of the society that we guys see outside of our doorstep more than we know, you know? But there's so much stuff that I want to talk about on today's show. I don't even know where to start, you know. But I wanted to ask you guys, you know, and I was just bringing it up. It's like nobody stopped anybody from repping their lineage. You know what I'm saying? Or to be an expatriate on their land, or to denounce anything. Nobody stopped anybody from repping anything. But aside from that, what I do want to ask though is why some of these people that got this anger and telling y'all that they weren't able to you know, rep their lineage, or somebody's jealous of them or mad at them and stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, you got some fucked up Africans out here. You got fucked up people of all races, you know. And once, you know, people actually give y'all the game and tell y'all the truth about certain things, it'll be a lot easier. You know, it'll be a lot easier once people give y'all the game, or you do your research and you learn the truth about a lot of things. When you look at the news, you will assume that, oh, black on black crime is a big thing. It is a big thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, compared to, you know, the black community and stuff like that, and the things that we go through, and how something that's micro to the world is huge to us because it's tight niched, right? But when you realize that, damn, white on white crime is a big thing. That's when the game changes. When you're like, damn, white people be lighting each other up the same way. White people be lighting each other, they be lighting each other on fire. You know, a white man got to worry about a white man unsubscribing him from life. Right? Asian on Asian crime is big. Latino on Latino crime is big. I'm not saying it doesn't make our situation unique or it doesn't make it special. But what I am saying is, on a certain scale, is not as unique and is not as special as we think it is. You know what I'm saying? Crime is relative. People are always going to harm somebody that looks like them, somebody that resembles them. And hate goes the same way too. You know, as a brother in these spaces, soaking up this game and giving y'all the information that I've been giving y'all over the years and stuff like that, you know, I pray that some of you guys have developed some type of modicum of love for yourselves. And the same thing with my playettes, you know, the ladies that, you know, aren't bothered by the information, and they know that I'm coming from a genuine place, as the players do. Not a lot of brothers speak like me, and not a lot of brothers speak like you. You know what I'm saying? We are very different. You know? When it just comes to the type of brothers that we are. They don't make them like us anymore. And damn near, if you know how they made you, you know, they damn near probably didn't make it like you before. You know what I'm saying? Authenticity is making a huge comeback, and I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm not a copy. You understand what I'm saying? And honestly, we're a generation that can really testify because, you know, Gen X and up, we've gone through changes that other people would never be able to explain. Genuinely. You know, to be able to testify with the analog world And the digital world, that's something big. That's something that you definitely you can't deny that. Can't deny that. And what I'm saying is this, right? Everybody gonna be on grid soon if we already aren't. Technology is gonna get to a point where this race shit don't even matter. You know, and I'm not telling you to, don't practice race loyalty or nothing. Like, do whatever you want to do. You're a free man. But also know what comes with freedom. You free to destroy yourself at the hands of your own damn self, you know? And I'm telling you, a lot of things are recorded. We see everything. You know, these people, they were around, like I said, they were around the Nation of Islam. They claimed the Nation of Islam. That's even worse. You claimed a level of Sir Scipio Africanus. You claimed it. These people still got the African artifacts in their name. Again, Sarah Sutanseti, Sa-Netta. These are all Kemetic deities and artifacts. And then you have a lot of Black Americans and quote unquote Afro and African Americans that's like, nah, man, I'm not identifying with that shit. They don't represent me. A lot of the real FBAs, like I said, they're not online to see how they're being represented. And like I said, everybody is shadowing after Tariq. And I'm like, oh, that's going to be a recipe for disaster. They're going to turn on Flex at some point. That's why, like, you got to be careful when you become like a fucking when you start breeding wolves and shit like that. Hopefully you up out of here before the nature of that wolf kicks in. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you up out of here before the nature of that wolf kicks in. Cause I don't even think they understand Tariq Nasheed talking points, but they just blare it out. Like you know. What's going on, Housey? You said would Kuda, what we talking about, young Pharaoh turnout situation? I already talked about that. And like I said, I know young Pharaoh. And a lot of people back in the day was calling him they you know, because he no homo, he has a way that he like licks his tongue out. And a lot of people in the those pro-black circles and stuff like that, a couple of them, you know, some of the brothers that didn't switch up and just turn FBA overnight and stuff like that, they were saying that he says that he got abducted in prison and all kinds of shit. I don't know. You know, there's a lot of stuff that happens to our young brothers that, you know, I try to prevent. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think a lot of men need to be preemptive, you know, just see what's coming down the pipeline and adjust. You know, but they said that he was they said that he carried like an evil spirit, or not necessarily an evil spirit, but a reptilian spirit. And they were talking about like there was this guy long time ago. I did a video and I was talking about it and stuff like that, and he was talking about like no homo, his tongue movements and stuff like that. And he was like, there's a race of people that's these other deities, and they do the same thing. And it's a reptilian spirit and stuff like that. So, recently when he started coming out and was like, oh, I got abducted and all this other stuff, and all this other stuff, and then he had like the cheetah claws and all that other shit on his nails and stuff. It's like, I wasn't surprised. I was like, oh well, shit, homeboy was right. Cause like sometimes people will say crazy shit, and it'll sound wild. It'll sound, I've been the type of guy, right? And hopefully some of you guys, can relate, and you guys have been also, which I'm pretty sure, I've been the type of guy that when I say something and it's truthful, because sometimes the truth don't have to defend itself. It's like a lion, just throw it in a cage with a nigga and cool. Real talk. But I've been in certain situations where it's like, yeah, you gotta kind of be truthful. You gotta tell the truth. You gotta, put the game up out there and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, number one, what you're gonna say is the truth, but number two, it's gonna sound far-fetched. You know what I'm saying? Because the truth can sound far-fetched. So number one, you're gonna get a little hate or backlash because number one, you're telling the truth about something, but number two, it sounds far-fetched. And that's really what it is. It sounds far-fetched. Sometimes the truth is far-fetched, and people ain't gonna believe you. Like everything I'm talking about right now is the truth. It's to the point I turned it into a game. I'm like, you know what? I rather the truth sound as far-fetched as possible. Because it's like you can bet on it. The truth is something you can bet on because it's right. And you'll know it when it reveals itself. It's not something that you got to play around with. It's not something that you can. So in a lot of cases, the truth is going to sound far-fetched. You know how much times fasting is life said some wild shit? And have you noticed, I'd be like, oh, come on, fasting. Here we go. Right? But I never dismissed it. Have y'all noticed that? I wanted to talk about this too. There's so many topics and stuff I want to cover on today's show. And, it's coinciding with a lot of different things. Fasting was saying that Michelle Obama is a man, and it's hilarious. But then there was some stuff coming out where it's like, what the fuck? He said the same thing about my baby Sade too. But nowadays with the technology and all this, you just don't know, man. What was I about to say? I got some stuff that I wanted to tackle. I was gonna speaking of Obama and stuff like that. I kind of saw a clip that I want to go over with you guys of the Daily Wrap-Up crew. And they were talking to that dude, I guess the guy that was in that room, and he positioned himself as the FBA guy. And they were talking to him, and he brought up Obama, and he used the analogy. You know what I'm saying? And it's true. The analogy that he used is the same exact thing that tanks a lot of black businesses and even black politics. But I'm gonna let y'all hear it so y'all can see for yourselves and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Because he wanted to bring up this whole. It's just another. It's just some people. The funny part is that they try to evolve these Tariq Nasheed talking points. That's what like really makes it even worse. It's like, bro, you really try to stretch that Tariq Nasheed talking point, and it just sounds horrible. You know what I'm saying? Because Tariq puts out a lot of talking points that aren't fully fleshed out, that aren't fully thought out. You know what I'm saying? And listen, there's no problem with some of the stuff because this is stuff that you go through when you're doing your history and stuff like that. Like when you're doing your history, I'm not gonna say your lineage is gonna change about 5-10 times, but you know what I'm saying? You're gonna certain things are gonna confuse you or send you on a fool's errand. You know what I'm saying? You might be believing certain things for a certain, X amount of years before you realize, like, hey, before you go deep into certain things, it's highly profitable that people keep you dumb. It makes more money. If the Orkin man came to your house and did his job, he would be out of a job. You and me both, bro. Shout outs to M1 Play 5. In the trenches. Let me do this real quick though. I got this tab open. I am DJ Kuda, aka King Tedda. King Tether. And this is Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second. Oh, shout outs to Auntie. Auntie is live. Look, now that this guy says, is BET pushing the African agenda? Lord have mercy. And then you got this Tupac case. Have you guys been seeing this Tupac case go live? Right. Well, trust me, I know, bro. I've been suffering behind it, Yeah, have you guys seen this Tupac case? War Master, what's your thoughts on this Tupac case? Keefy D done told on himself. This is the problem with War Master go over to Rumble, bro. You are unhinged. King Tether equals dude with no Xbox. I'm just saying, man. So shout outs to my brothers in the building though. But I guess I might have to we might have to come up with our own group since black people want to be a part of groups and shit. I was thinking about BAT or BTA. Either is the same. Black American Tether. or black tether American, aka belt to ass. BTA, belt to ass. Yeah, I forgot the Keefe D trial is going on right now, and the Dirk trial is starting soon. And he wrote a book about it. I mean, you wrote a fucking book about it. I mean, I know niggas niggas don't read, but the feds do. I don't understand why he Xbox's life crew, man, look. If black people start taking over other video gaming industries and stuff like that, people are gonna be mad as hell. And listen, y'all, I really don't like talking about these stupid ass topics and shit like that. Mind y'all, the way that I gotta deliver some of this stuff. I gotta speak for myself in the future, whether it goes good, bad, right, or wrong. You know what I'm saying? But I just want better for our people, man. At the end of the day. And let me tell you, if you ever put in work or wanted the same, that's where the beginning and the end. That's where the beginning, end, and all kinds of problems start stemming from. You know what I'm saying? That's where the beginning, and the end, and all kind of problems start stemming from. That shit will send you on the fool's errand of a lifetime. And then what makes it even worse is that now we live in a generation where it's like people don't care about looking stupid on the internet. You know what I'm saying? That's content. And then they don't look at racism the same. Because they haven't, I'm not going to say they haven't really experienced it, but they really haven't really experienced it. I mean, a lot of trolls on the internet can say racist things to you. That's kind of it, but that's not really it. And then shit, let's just keep it at that. Wow, half the people that got some racist shit said to them on the internet that's from the younger generation, they don't know that. Somebody got to. And then let's keep it 1,000. How brothers and sisters have turned this word racism into the boy cry wolf thing. Ran it into the ground. So people that have really experienced it, they don't even come forward, because it's like, what's the point? You're not gonna be believed. The fake people done covered up the pipeline and turned it into a grift. So I'm just gonna be embarrassing myself coming out and say, hey, I really faced this. Nobody gonna believe you. One day when I get big, come hang out with me in Maryland. I'll show you some racism. I've really experienced it. But I have a different relationship with it. I run towards it. I'm not going to be like, hey, y'all, don't listen to Rush Limbaugh. I'll be like, listen, if you studying and you Want to learn something about your people? Go listen to a racist, quote unquote, white man. You can't be sitting up here not understanding what's going on in their world, because they speak in codes. People speak in codes. When you get into the business world, everything is in codes. When you get to the politics world, everything is in codes. When you start, this is why a lot of people take advantage of small-brained people. Business will take advantage of you if you don't know. They will give you a debit card and tell you it's a credit card when it's really a debit. They will flip things around on you. And then technically they're not lying. The devil's in the details, but do you read the details? Well, Master said racism is not real. F the pro-wax. But this is the thing, though. The xenophobia that's being practiced is ridiculous. And shout outs to the real FBAs, because the majority of them are not online. You understand what I'm saying? Them days are over, War Master. This new generation, them days are the fuck over. And people will be like, "Oh man, you're old school for thinking like that, or you're old school for saying that." But no, but there's some truth to it. Like, niggas do got to get tougher skin, you know? No pun intended. But I've been asking, I've been trying to figure this shit out, because growing up, you know, we had like what were some of the things that they used to use, y'all, when they didn't want you to to find certain channels and stuff. They remember, y'all remember TiVo? And y'all remember that, like, you know, you could put a lock on your television, on the cable television, before you go to work, and your kids won't get into certain things. But I've been telling people for years, even argued, and I've been telling people for years. I said, boy, once you put a device in a kid's hand that has access to the internet, that kid is therefore an adult. I don't give a damn about what anybody says. Once you put a device in a child's hand that has access to the internet, Jadunsky. You're done. Because we were on YouTube, we were doing all kinds of stuff in school. So I know it's different now. Using proxy servers and stuff like that. I didn't know until I got older. I was like, damn, we was using proxy servers when we were kids. I didn't know that would. Somebody probably gave it a name, because we didn't call it that shit back in the day. We did not call that shit proxy server. I didn't know when we was putting, remember, y'all had MySpace. Remember when y'all were putting them stupid ass graphics on your MySpace? And the music and shit in the background, and you had to, we were coding and shit. I'm like, God damn. Niggas was learning Ubuntu to fucking put that bullshit on they MySpace, but that you hooked that MySpace up, right? Today's generation couldn't handle that. How much people was on the wall? It was like 8 people. Today's generation couldn't handle that. Today's generation, 1,000% sure, they could not handle that. Dudes will be getting unsubscribed from life. Why ain't on your wall? You can't have no damn wall today. Yeah, I knew it came with a caveat, War Master. Yeah, if you're under 30, you damn near haven't experienced no goddamn real racism. For the most part. Small groups of people actually experience true racism. But like I said, you know, I would go listen to Rush Limbaugh. And I would go listen to Imus and Howard Stern and all of these guys coming up. Tom, you know, even Tom Likas. He said some slick shit about black people, but you know. I would listen to these people because guess what? You gotta figure out what's going on in quote unquote white America. Aren't y'all trying to inherit they country? That you claim that they messing up? That you knew? You didn't know a country before this. That's why I'm trying to ask these real FBAs. Tell me what America was like before Africans got over here. What was your religion? What were you practicing? And then you can explain to me why you was in them Islam groups. Bitch. Cause some of y'all, I seen some of y'all was Nation of Islam'd up, Hebrew Israelite up. You were telling us that y'all were God's people delivered to the promised land. How were y'all God's people delivered to the promised land when you were here before all of that shit? You know, I'm saying this in a joking manner, but I'm being dead serious. I'm like, okay, yeah, like all bullshit aside, like please make it make sense. Because these are the same people that would have fought you back in the day for they would have clawed you in the face if you were to tell them that they weren't African. And it's like, okay, I get it. Y'all gotta reinvent yourself. Y'all gotta grift. This is what YouTube is saying. People are going after, and you know, niggas always wanted to cosplay as exotic. That's always been the case. Niggas always want to cosplay as exotic. That's really to delineate from other niggas. I got money and you don't. I got this and you don't. I'm pulling up in this. We play these superiority games with each other. What I told y'all, Sonetta and all of that shit was for the House of Consciousness and stuff like that. It was just a bunch of niggas, and they only cared about doing their history to just get up on some knowledge so they can go talk to other niggas and be like, you don't know this. It's like, yeah, because you don't read books. You like the average nigga is like 1-2 books away from grandstanding against his own race. And I just watched some of the, like I told y'all, like go back and go watch the conversations that we were having. Go back and go watch what me, War Master, Chris G, Link, and One Play 5. A lot of people go back and go watch a lot of the older streams and videos and watch what we were talking about and things like that. And watch how even in certain cases, you know, Tariq Nasheed, he had to kiss the ring at to a certain degree, you know, even him after a while, because at first he was telling y'all that we were going to get sold back into slavery if Donald Trump became the president, and then that last election, he had to, you know, he had to give it up to Donald Trump. But niggas was so cowardly, they didn't call him out on that, but they threw Umar under the bus. But then again, Umar kind of, Umar kind of, fucked around and found out, because the thing is that Umar, he had to pay his simping fees with the black woman. So, if you were simping your ass off with black women and stuff like that, and they're looking at, like, Kamala is like their Obama, and they're like, oh, we finally made it and blah blah blah. Now you need to get the people to to vote for Kamala and stuff like that. And the funny part is that, like, the women don't know what the fuck they want either way. They would be talking shit about Kamala right now. That's the problem with our people. Black people done took on the damn spirit. Black people done took on the goddamn spirit of a female. Like, the black community done took on the patina, the emotional patina of a female. Because years ago I was saying, we need a black royal family that's neither celebrities, even though that would have got corrupted, because they'll start hanging out with celebrities, and then they'll just kind of just fade back into being a damn socialite. But the reason why I said that we need kind of like a black royal family out there is just so black people could, have a identity of some type of positivity. But then again, niggas gonna start talking shit about that too. But that's kind of what the Obamas was like. You know what I'm saying? Sisters don't raise their kids to they don't raise their children to look up to like a Michelle Obama or anything like that. So mind you, Kamala was like a breath of fresh air to these people that didn't know what the hell was going on. And was telling you to vote for her, while she tried to bribe niggas with weed and shit. Like what? So they turned on Umar. They turned on Umar like crazy. Threw Umar to the bus and let Tariq, ride with with Trump. Recently, they just threw Flacco under the bus, which is hilarious, but Tariq said the same thing about Trump. Oh, Trump is kind of growing on me. And then even now, I don't know what Trump just did. He flipped some switch. I don't know, but niggas now, they're pro-Trump again. Like, niggas, it's like you could just, I wouldn't even say you could just play with them, because that's not even the angle that I'm coming from. But it's like don't really put your trust in niggas like that, because they're forever free agents. They'll go wherever the wind. They'll go wherever the wind blows at the end of the day. And if that's what people want, cool. But if you're somebody that got integrity, a little bit of morality, you know what I'm saying, then it's like you don't have any use for that type of people or energy like around you. Somebody that will flip-flop and stuff like that, because what if something goes wrong And what if you really need them to be solid? You dig? What if something go wrong and you just need them to be solid? War Master said, my parents, who are boomers, were children or young adults during the civil rights era. Food for thought. Food for thought. But you know what? A lot of stuff get blamed on the boomers, and rightfully so. But I mean, you can't get mad at a group of people for taking advantage of something going on in their lifetime. But it's really the silent generation that started the trickle down effect. That tail end generation of the silent generation, they started the trickle down effect. War Master said, AKA the end of widespread racism. Real talk. Billy Joe said, what a cuck. Ooh, Umar? Yeah, you know. But you said widespread racism equals systemic racism. But this is the thing, though. With the Umar thing, Umar stood up. Umar stood up. The whole Kamala thing, it just wasn't enough. It's just, you don't get respected in your community as a black man when you stand up, unless women tell you to stand up. And that's a part of white supremacy. They put that's the part that they don't want to openly talk about. They put the sisters as a guard dog around y'all. You don't have a say. And then when you do, you get questioned. You're not no king. Again, show me a day where the black man is in general is celebrated for where we are as people right now. Or acknowledged. Have you ever, has the black man ever been publicly acknowledged by his own people for the good things that he's done in his community, and encouraged to keep on going? You don't even get acknowledged to by your own sisters to be like, hey, thank you for all the nice things that we have now. They'll sit there, look you in the face, and tell you that they did it on their own. You didn't have to. You didn't even play a role as to why she's sitting in an air conditioned house right now in the summertime. She'll tell you she did that by herself. Men taught women how to drive. She'll tell you she did that by herself. Women weren't inventing cars. It's 2026. Can you show me a female car company? Respectfully. What I'm saying, and it is not to lean on the women or the sisters or anything like that. What I'm saying is that why isn't there a day where you're publicly, not even thanked, acknowledged? It's one thing to say, hey, you did this, but it's another thing to say thank you. Keep up the good work. Can't wait to see what you do next. What would we do without you? Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Please hit the Cash App. Please be heavy-handed on the support. Give me 1 second. Let's get into the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. We'll get into it. I'll connect the dots. I got y'all. It's Player Talk. Give me like 1 minute. Let me pull this up.
What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. Now what if something's wrong? What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong.
All right, give me 1 second. Hold on. Now look at all this shit. I'm getting bombarded with this BS. Is Drake FBA? Like, God damn, nigga. Is Drake FBA? Who the fuck cares? He grew up in Memphis for a while. He grew up in Memphis. Shout outs to Truth Only in the building. And this is the thing too. I just saw while I was fetching this clip. Because I want to talk about this real quick. I didn't know there was some feminists that was on TikTok, and some money got raised for them. I think they took out their kids or some shit. I don't know, man. I after a while I pull back from the world because it's like, what the hell? Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. All right, hold on. Hold on, Truth Only. Hold on. We know black. We know black. They got FBAs sounding like Dominicans. I know black. I know black. I know black. I know black. I got you. Hold on. I've been trying to get it to behave. Hold on. Shout outs to Truth Only. Drop $5 on the Cash App.
Bust all in. What's the matter? Bust all in there. Bust all over.
I know black. I know black. All right, let's go. This is gonna be a funny show.
Till the Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Chinese until the Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Egyptians until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Arabs until the Turks stole our identity. We were the original Turks until the Arabs stole our We were the original stole our identity. We were the original Vikings until the white barbarians stole our identity. We were the original Greeks until the white barbarians stole our identity. We were the original Hebrews until the Khazars stole our identity. We were the original Russians until the serfs stole our identity. We were the original Hawaiians until the Asians, Chinese, Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Assyrians until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Minoans until the white Greeks and Romans stole our identity. We were the original Inca until the Asian Peruvians stole our identity. We were the original Aztecs until the Mexicans stole our identity. We were the original Mayans until the Mexicans stole our identity. We were the original English until the white Anglo-Saxons stole our identity. We were the original Irish until the white Anglo-Saxons stole our identity. We were the original UFO aliens until the little green aliens stole our identity. So we got our ass kicked by everyone, and everyone took our identity.
I'm playing this
we were the original.
I'm playing this at the beginning of I gotta log into my TikTok and download this. Shout outs to Truth Only. This is crazy.
Indians until the Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Chinese until the Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Egyptians until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Arabs until the Turks stole our identity. We were the original Turks until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Moors until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Vikings until the white barbarians stole our identity. We were the original Greeks until the white barbarians stole our identity. We were the original Hebrews until the Khazars stole our identity. We were the original Russians until the serfs stole our identity. We were the original Hawaiians until the Asians, Chinese, Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Assyrians until the Arabs stole our identity. We were the original Minoans until the white Greeks and Romans stole our identity. We were the original Inca until the Asian Peruvians stole our identity. We were the original Aztecs until the Mexicans stole our identity. We were the original Mayans. The Mexicans stole our identity. We were the original English until the white Anglo-Saxons stole our identity. We were the original Irish until the white Anglo-Saxons stole our identity. We were the original UFO aliens until the little green aliens stole our identity.
The fucked up part is that you can and will run into a nigga that will argue about all of these identities, which is funny as hell. Because this is not even a joke to me. I know dudes that will argue me with all of this shit.
So we got our ass kicked by everyone, and everyone took our identity. We were the original Indians until the Mongols stole our identity. We were the original Chinese until the Mongols stole our identity.
This is diabolical. I love it, man. This is diabolical, man. Yes. And then you know what follows up behind this? I know my history. I know my history. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying, Truth Only. I'm like, okay, so that's what we're on now. Fuck Africa. Really? Fear of being African. Okay. So it's like it's now. You got Sarnetta, he got an African name. Tariq, African name. Sarah Sutin Seti, African name. All these Africans. Well, all these FBAs now that are African. And then they run with this narrative that, okay, well, people are stopping them from repping their lineage, or didn't nobody ever stop nobody from repping their damn lineage.
Always thought.
You know, they got to stop with this lie. Then you got all of these sisters that got Afrocentric hairstyles. I guess they're supposed to be FBA. Only saw a little bit of this clip, but we're going to get into it. But think about this, y'all. They had all this time while they were pretending to be Nation of Islam, Fruit of Islam, 5%ers. They had all this time to call themselves FBA. They had all this time to talk about their lineage and say what they're saying now then. Don't let these people lie to you and you know, don't let these people lie to you and talk about some, oh man, y'all stop this from repping our lineage. No. You at home on your American soil. Don't do that. You had enough Hebrew Israelites and all them people to argue with back in the day on Sinetta's channel. Why didn't FBA come up on Sinetta's channel? And mind you, again, these are the same people that were claiming ADOS before Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed got into it. And then a lot of them wasn't feeling what Yvette Carnell was talking about because she's an eligibility community. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Let's get into this real quick.
Cosplaying.
Right, I was about to say,
Cosplay.
yes,
Okay,
that's
all right,
cosplaying, right? Because think about it. What they say.
So they're saying that you're cosplaying as Black Americans in America. But let's go.
I might get this term. I might just saying wrong, but I think it's like, isn't like
These are all Tariq Nasheed talking points.
emulation, or is this the highest form of flattery?
Imitation.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery. I don't mind if you being. I want you. Listen, if I wasn't me, I want to be like me too. You know what I'm saying? I want to be part. I want to be like the coolest people on the planet. We got no problem with that. You look around the world, everybody's imitating our culture. Everybody's trying to be us.
And mind you, this is coming from a culture that's built on borrowing. And I dare somebody to argue with me that black culture isn't built off of borrowing. I'm a musical producer, damn near. I make beats. Produced records. I can tell you about sampling, aka borrowing. On a deep ass level. All right, let's get back into it.
Now, when you do that, pretend to be us and then try to speak for us as not us, then you're tethering. That makes sense?
Okay.
Because now what you're doing, you don't have no other choice but to undermine us because you're not us. That makes sense? You could never speak for us.
I got you.
And unfortunately, no matter how good you are at cosplaying us, like for instance, and this is without going to the elemental P community, right? We got 3 lovely sisters sitting over there. No matter
all right, hold on, let me load it up.
How hard I try,
I got you.
Even though I would never try to emulate them, I could never be a woman, right? Never. So my interpretation will always be a man's view of what I think a woman is. That's all I could ever be able to do, no matter how good I got at it. How good I got at it, right? Now, flip that to this, what we're talking about now. no matter how hard they try, Afro immigrants will always be doing what they believe an impersonation of a Black American is, because they're not a Black American. Just like if I went to Jamaica, all I could ever do is my best impression of what I think a Jamaican is, because I'm not it.
Go over this.
And that's not how that works. That's not how that works. You can't do your best impression of what you think Jamaican culture is. It's so ignorant. It's so ignorant. You have white Jamaicans. Literally, you have white Jamaicans in politics, like a white Jamaican. You have Asian Jamaicans. You don't even have to go to Jamaica to find out. You can go to Florida. You have Latino people that can cook the fuck out of Jamaican food, Spanish Town and all this other stuff. You might want to go to Jamaica before you speak on that. And they're not cosplaying as Jamaicans. Them motherfuckers Jamaican. And then on top of that, Jamaica was colonized by British. That's why they speak patois. And a white person sounding like that, that's not far-fetched. I don't get it. %, War Master. War Master said, our culture is American. That's what other cultures emulate, for fuck's sakes. 1000%. The fucked up part, though, believe it or not, black people only know one side of America. I'm not even going to open up them can of worms today. A lot of black people don't got the full gist of America. Niggas only know one side of America. And they'll sit up here and tell you, too, on these panels, well, we've been locked out of that side of America. Not really. Kind of there, but you're not. But let's go.
Stole it from Africa. We was Louis Vuitton and shit. Versace stole it from Africa. We was Versace and shit. The Washington Monument stole it from Africa. We was the Washington Monument and shit. They even stole some of us from Africa. We was stolen from Africa and shit. All of y'all wealth stole it from Africa. They stole the gold from Africa and shit. Statue of Liberty stole it from Africa. We was the Statue of Liberty and shit. Jesus stole it from Africa. We was Jesus and shit. American Eagle stole it from Africa. We was American Bald Eagles and shit. Queen Elizabeth Gold stole it from Africa. We was Queen Elizabeth and shit. Lincoln statues and shit. It was made in China but stolen from Africa. We was made in China but stolen from Africa and shit. The medical symbol stolen from Africa. We was the caduceus, he doesn't even know how to say it, and shit. Jesus story stolen from Africa. We was the story of Jesus and shit. The cross stolen from Africa. We was the crucifixion and shit. The light bulb stolen from Africa. We was the light bulbs and shit. Hold on, when it comes to Somalians, I guess they have a point actually. The Pope even know that it started with Africa. We was the Pope and shit. Oscar Award stolen from Africa. We was the Oscars and shit. Mount Rushmore stolen from Africa. We was Mount Rushmore mountain and brought it over to the United States and shit. I even think that it used to be African. Mount Rushmore used to be Africans and shit. Medusa, she was also an African. We was Medusa and shit. We was kings. We was absolutely fucking retarded. Louis Vuitton stole it from Africa.
All right. Y'all gonna start getting this anti-rhetoric coming towards y'all later. I'm telling y'all. You're a real FBA. Stay out of it and shit. Stay out of it and shit. But then again, what is this content for? Because come 2030, niggas gonna be a new race. So or master, what I forgot the Egyptian god that was of thunder, and then they later on said it was Thor. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Please be heavy handed. Let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio. We are in the building. Not in Zambia or Congo. I'm going to have to ask Fasting. See what Fasting got to say. Yeah, people act like Africa is goddamn 7-Eleven and shit. Yeah, I went to Africa last night. It was all right. Yeah, Africa was okay. Might go tomorrow. All right, look at this, all right? Yeah, him stolen from Africa. Yeah, I passed Africa on the way up here. Hey, can you stop at Africa before you go home?
Right?
Drake, like, I mean.
Right. And that's how deep this goes. So if you just trying to be like us, cool, that's fine. I ain't got no problem with that. It's like your little sister trying to be like you. That's cool. I get that. But when you're trying to be like us so that you could represent us.
So now they're questioning BET. They said it's BET pushing agenda. Like, nigga, don't you have an afro? Didn't you listen to Afro Soul? Is BET pushing African agenda? And you go to the Essence festivals, and these niggas be having a mouthful of jollof rice and chicken. That jollof rice good, don't it? That jollof rice good, don't it? You said this issue is why I can't stand the pro wax. Oh, let's take a listen to this. It gets deeper.
And that's what, like Sister Brooke said, all the social stuff, there's different things that we have a problem with. But what they did was they used that social cosplaying to become our political representatives, right? Think about Obama, and I'm sorry I'm being long with Darlene because I know we want to talk. Yeah. When you look at Obama, right? Obama got up there and...
Okay, well, y'all had a voice. Why didn't y'all call out Jeezy with, my president is black, my Lambo is blue? Why'd y'all call him out? Black people were super happy for Obama. See, niggas always talk shit in hindsight. Now he not your friend because he didn't do something. So just imagine that. Niggas was all on board for Kamala and Obama. Then when he don't do what they said, oh, that's because he's a tether. Now all of a sudden they wasn't surprised that Obama undermined them because he's a tether. Ain't that fucked up? Why couldn't he just undermine y'all because he wanted to undermine y'all and didn't want to do shit for y'all? Or maybe he was around white people and y'all were acting up or whatever. And then niggas magically forget how they were acting around that time. Anyway.
Obama never said what I'm going to do for black people when I get in. Because he already knew his ass wasn't going to do anything. Because he wasn't us.
And that's a half lie. Even though Obama was trash to a certain degree, that's a half lie. Niggas just vote for shit. They never bargain. He knew he was going to get in there because he was black. He didn't have to negotiate with y'all. Y'all don't be asking for shit anyways. I mean, aside from like the reparations and stuff like that, black people do not negotiate their vote. Tariq even talked about this. You know the person you're following now? And repeating all his talking points word for word? How about you repeat the time where Tariq was saying black people don't vote. They vote with their booty hole cracked wide open. Pause. This is true. Niggas that don't know no better, they vote with their ass in the air. And then complain about getting fucked. You don't let these politicians actually stand on what they're talking about. And then you get mad at Umar for building one fucking school when a politician can build several.
Obama is a white man with a Kenyan daddy. Right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But when you try to be
and then he gonna proceed to explain what's wrong with that.
Be cosplay a foundational black American because you married a foundational black American woman, that's the issue, and that's the flaw we saw in his entire 8 years. Think about
Obama is American though. He's born in America. But he's cosplaying as foundational black American. These are bold claims too, y'all.
And I ain't trying to shame nobody in here, but so y'all don't gotta admit it. But if you ever worked at a fast food restaurant coming up before y'all got big time, right, that y'all at right now, when your boy came in, was they getting something for free? Was you gonna try to slide them?
And this is the mentality that destroys black businesses. Yo, hook me up. But I'm gonna go across the street to the Asian man and pay full price. Yo, hook me up. But I'm gonna go across the street to the white man and pay full price. Yo, hook me up. But I'm gonna go across the street to the white lady and pay full price.
Some fries? You know what I'm saying? What you going? You know what I mean? Like, what you gonna try to charge? They getting something for free? Was you gonna try to slide them some fries? You know what I'm saying? What you going? You know what I mean? Like, was you gonna try to charge them 25 cents for a drink when it was $1 back in the day?
Yeah.
And that's our culture. No matter what, if we could give somebody a hookup.
Looking out for other people is not specifically FBA culture. That's people's culture. But let's go.
We gonna get it. We gonna do it. So imagine our dismay when we got an Obama. He at the biggest fast food restaurant ever. So we know we gonna get some fries, right? We know I'm gonna at least get another burger. He gonna give me some free nuggets. And so the first 4 years went, and it's like, damn, I ain't get no nuggets. He ain't give me nothing extra in the bag. All right, I know he didn't want to get fired. Right? So that second term came around. We like, all right, cool. You know what? After 4 years, he can't work here anyway, so he gonna be on some I don't give a shit what happens.
Right? That's what we thought.
And not even get a nugget then. And so it left us confused. And so in my personal opinion, at least
didn't leave you confused. You should have said, yo, that's my friend. Let me show up and do business, really. War Master said Obama screwed us all with inflation. Stupid motherfucker. Hook me up, niggas. Stolen from Africa. Obama is a leftist. They worried about the wrong things. Pro-wax. I'm trying to find this thing, but I can't find it. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. Give me 1 second. What's going on, Young Wealth? Good to see you, bro. No, I'm not muted. I'm here. My microphone's extra quiet. Hold on. What about a stable dollar? What about restraining government from spending us into the poorhouse?
What's the matter, Daddy?
Business? Nah, I want free stuff and shit. All right, y'all, please support today's show. Please get us up to speed. I'm trying to find this thing for War Master. I'm trying to find this stupid bitch. This stupid. I can't find it. I can't find it. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna go try to find it. All right. I was trying to surprise War Master with it, but I can't find it. War Master says, black folks always worry about skin color way too much. For sure. All skin folk and kinfolk. So the narrative is that, you know, FBA created everything. People are coming in and leeching and tethering off of them. There's no contributions from other people. That's so disingenuous, but let's go.
For me, and I'll speak for me, I believe that Obama is the father of the delineation movement.
That's a fact.
Because Obama illuminated what it meant to have somebody that looks like you, but won't do nothing for you. And it was so confusing, right? Because he sang Amazing Grace.
Right.
Right? Like he said what? He said, if I had a son.
Mind you, a lot of these are not even FBA ballads. These are African ballads, mind you. These are rooted in African ballads, but telling somebody to do their history is offensive nowadays. Let's go.
He would look like Trayvon Martin. Remember that? Like he did all this stuff. It's like, all right, cool. But I know that if I had a son and he looked like Trayvon Martin and Zimmerman was about to get off, I was going to use the full power of the United States government to be on Zimmerman's ass somehow, some way. Borderline break the law because I'm the president.
Executive orders.
There you go.
And the funny part is that they don't like Trump. But the stuff that they're talking about, they want Obama. They wanted Obama to act like Trump is doing now. Have you noticed that? They want Obama to be a loose cannon like how Trump is doing now. I would have signed an executive order. Shout outs to M1 Play 5 in the building as always, man. They wanted Obama. You notice that M1? They wanted Obama to be like Trump right now and just start doing his own thing. Like, okay, now that I'm in here, I'm gonna sign an executive order to put white people in cages, and then I'm gonna
I'm saying, if I had to stick the deal,
War Master said Kuda should be worried about the ghost of his of his Xbox instead of the Pro X. Touche. They were worried about Trump's tramp. Truth Only says, because Trump is a man not under Trump is a man not under a woman's leadership. Trump a man, Obama half hoe. Damn. But look at this. Look at what happens in this clip. What's interesting is that they always said, oh, well, anything that goes right with Obama. Well, Michelle Obama was behind him. She didn't get him to move on black behalf. And then look how quick they are to challenge her lineage. They claim that Michelle was you know what I'm saying, was FBA and show and all other shit. You said, imagine if these goofballs had a 3-digit IQ. I'm trying to find the clip. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I gotta find this clip now for War Master. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, Melania don't run Donald. One thing I will say is that Donald is working double time. Melania's just sitting there looking pretty and just keeping quiet. I haven't. This bitch haven't spoken in like 10 years. Respectfully, my bad, dog. I don't know what she sound like. She play her role. She play her role and does her thing. War Master said Trump sounds like a loose cannon because it works. Real talk.
J-O-M. I was going.
Now look at how they so quick to go in on Michelle Obama, and then look who they bring up.
Don't do it. So when he did nothing, it was like, what the hell is going
on? Mind you, they in New York.
On between the sheets.
Trump sounds like a loose cannon because a loose cannon works.
In my home. And now we started to understand what it meant to be cosplaying us, but not before us.
Even when when Kamala was like, I'll never do anything for black people, and then she did something, for Asian people, or even the Asian hate crime. Like, we ain't get a George Floyd bill, but they got that shit quick, fast enough.
So how could y'all vote for her and then get mad at Umar about Trump, but not mad at Tariq Nasheed? And then on top of that, now they're running with this narrative, y'all, that, with Jesse Jackson, it was the Democrat Party that gave Americans the term African American to undermine them. You can't make this shit up. And if you say anything or go at any type of Democratic Party, black people will be the first ones to throw themselves on the fire. They'll be the first ones to throw themselves on the fire, and they don't really know what they're talking about because they just voted Democrat because I guess that's what people do. That's how they look at it. Good luck, shit.
Hurry off. Like, that was just kind of crazy to me, man. I know it's getting late, so I do want to end it here. I know there was a couple of things we're gonna have to have a part 2. You know what I mean? Something, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot to dissect, man. But we appreciate y'all for being on here, man. It was a dope conversation, man. Like, so
I'm definitely down for part 2.
For sure. The tether thing.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Because tether to me is exactly what you described, Eli. A person who is cosplaying, but then outside of that, you're also discrediting us as a people.
Oh, there's a lot of that.
Yeah, like, I hate to do it, but if I had to give some examples, Fat Joe. Absolutely. Fat Joe is the biggest example of a tether. Because 1, he's not Black American. 2, he's not even Black. Yes, I know. He attaches himself to our culture through hip hop, but then we'll call foundational Black Americans a hate group.
Okay, now, and we talked about this because they're trying to say DJ Kool Herc didn't do anything for hip hop, and he's a Jamaican tether. Can y'all believe that? Cause DJ Kool Herc, they didn't even know about him anyway. And this is what I've been saying since this whole Fat Joe thing. Fat Joe is ingratiated in hip hop. Puerto Ricans are ingratiated in hip hop. Just as much as a Kool Herc. Right. That's exactly what I said. Fat Joe was there from the beginning and pushed hip hop into what it is today. Like you don't get to come back and take credit for the full thing after the fact.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, they stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. 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 The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
Right. KRS-One. Yeah. This stupid bitch so stupid. So. Yeah, man. Yeah, KRS-One is Jamaican. It gets ridiculous after a while. Like it or not, Fat Joe is a part of hip hop history. Him and Big Pun. And Big Pun even talked about, how he thanks, Black Americans and stuff for them and blah 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 and whatever, man. And honestly, I don't even think right now y'all want to take credit for hip hop. You know, hip hop has went down a really bloody path these days.
Yes.
I don't know if you want to take credit for drill music.
Absolutely. Fat Joe is the biggest example of a tether.
Yeah, he was
because
there from the
one,
beginning.
he's not Black American. 2, he's not even Black. Yes, I know. He attaches himself to our culture through hip hop, but then we'll call foundational Black Americans a hate group. He literally went on a rampage to try to say that Puerto Ricans created hip hop.
That's true. 50-50.
And even when Kool Herc himself has said that if it wasn't for DJ Mario and the Big Mac crew making those parks safe and coming out with their music first, so it was an idea that he even himself has said he came after them. So for
you got Grandmaster Flowers, like you know,
yeah, you know what I mean, like, so like that's a prime example of someone who you don't think you even need to try to understand Black American culture or the history of and the impact that we've had, and you can just come in. So like when I've had this conversation on Black Twitter before, the best way that I can describe it is when you look at the etymology of the word tether. It means to tie down something that once was moving freely. Meaning Black American culture was.
Ma'am, that's not where it came from. It came from Tariq Nasheed. Stop trying to put this fucking significance behind it and shit. That's not where it came from, man. That's not where it came. It came from Tariq. God damn, dog. I hate when niggas get a hold of shit. You know, the nigga was like, they should have never gave you niggas the internet and all that. It kind of was right. They should have never gave you niggas money. It kind of was right.
We were free to do with that what the fuck we wanted. We wanted to go over there and do this.
I want to see how a lot of the FBA cats are gonna dodge the whole thing though, because right now it's like a whole slogan: F Africans and all this other stuff, but they have and rocked afros. Be careful now. Have y'all hairstyles, ladies, Bantu knots and all that.
Yes, we could do that. Now, when you come in, most of the time you tether a boat. You tie a boat down. A boat, before you tie it, can go east. It goes wherever.
Like niggas discover one word and it's over.
The current wind allows it to go. When most people are physically tying a boat down, it's to take something off of it or to put something on it. You're not even, you don't even, it doesn't, I guess in this regard, people who are not Black American who tether themselves to our culture, they don't give a fuck that we're there. They don't pay attention to what was on the boat before they got there, and they can take credit for it. To me, that is tethering. When you can call us an Akata, and say that we have no.
Fat Joe never called anybody an Akata. Yeah, well, man, yeah.
Culture. And you yourself have never even attempted to understand Black American culture, but then you'll definitely go play some.
How do you know
that shit? Figure that dance out. That is a tether. When you know good and goddamn well that when it comes to our hairlines, I mean, I work in a barber shop. When you can do these things, like, let's really talk about it.
Where you going with
Africans just started wearing locks. That was not something that they were told to do.
Ados died because Tariq Nasheed got into it with Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks and Michi X and all of them. And branched it off.
And their culture.
This is gonna drive you up a wall. Warmaster.
Their family actually was against them having locks.
Absolutely against it.
That is not even, and I'm gonna be honest, that is not solely a Caribbean thing. That is an indigenous hairstyle.
It was natural.
So to see them doing it now where it's like your family told you, don't you get no locks, that's dirty.
Nah, keep going. It was an indigenous hairstyle to wear. Where do mainland Americans know about dreadlocks? Jamaica? I want y'all to lie and say Jamaica didn't popularize dreadlocks all over again. She said it was she stopped herself halfway. That's an indigenous thing. No, to where? This is what happens when you're gonna play lineage games. You're gonna have to remember where shit come from when you want to talk shit. Just think about it. Don't take too long. Look at this other guy. He was a Nuwapian. All kinds of exotic African. Nuwapian. Right?
When
Now everything is
DJ Cool Herc, when he was DJing, right? That's like when he put the breaks in, that's a form of
don't
like,
even know.
you know, cultural influence. Cause that's from Jamaica.
No.
When DJ Cool Herc, when he was DJing, right? That's like when he
Dude, that
put the
wears a
breaks
wig.
in, that's a form of
don't
like,
even know.
It was indigenous
you know,
to Ireland.
cultural influence. Cause that's from Jamaica.
No, it's not from Jamaica.
The breaks when he did that,
No.
fact wise.
No, I'm sorry. This is you're dealing with feelings. The breaks he was playing, first of all, were soul, foundational Black American
Afro?
James
music.
Brown.
No, not Afro anything.
Soul.
It was Black American music that he was playing, not African music, not Afro-Caribbean music. He was playing soul music, and the breaks inside that music is what he was playing. He wasn't playing any Jamaican music. He wasn't adding anything into the culture of hip hop that was Jamaican.
So Lord Jamar, hip hop legend from the group Brand Nubian and online commentator that we've seen.
No. Brand Nubian. Don't skip past that.
Is what he was playing. He wasn't playing any Jamaican music.
They're real deceptive when they're really trying to retell history. Let me tell y'all what they're doing with y'all. They're giving y'all the Mandela effect. They're giving y'all the Mandela effect. Watch this.
He wasn't adding anything into the culture of hip hop that was Jamaican.
This is the Mandela effect.
So Lord Jamar, hip hop legend from the group Brand Nubian.
Now look at this picture right here. You got one dude with the African kufi on. And the beads. Oh, that's Lord Jumar. Brand Nubian. Nuwapian. Sounds mighty African to me. At least, let's look up where the word Nubian comes from. Let's do this. Let's look up the word on Google. Where Nubian is not the language of just one country. It is a family of languages spoken by indigenous Nubian people across Sudan and Egypt. Doesn't sound foundational to me. War Master said it was American music. You fools. My thing is this. I'm trying to figure out what these people were practicing before they started grifting over to FBA. You know? Look pretty Afrocentric to me.
And online.
Who's that on his shirt? We can go in.
Commenter that we've seen for years. Some of you all might know him from his recent flat earth takes. Not going to get into that right now. But he had a very good showing at Quiet Part Out Loud. Shout out to Danny from The Stop. They did a Jubilee style hip hop debate. Gen Z versus the original true school.
And arguing with Gen Z at his age is like shooting fish in a barrel. It's easy to argue with a nigga that wasn't there. What's going on, degenerate? It's easy to argue with a nigga that wasn't there.
Hip hop. And Lord Jamar made it clear there is a gap in knowledge between these two generations, especially on the origins of hip hop. Lord Jamar drops bombs on Gen Z and their hip hop knowledge, or lack thereof.
You're just arguing, yeah, from the Nubian kingdom of Queens. It sounds really African to me. I don't know. I could be wrong. But I could be wrong. And brand Nubian. Okay. Nuwapian.
Oh.
Okay, my next claim is that foundational Black Americans created hip hop. Other cultures participated in it, but had no part in the creational aspect of the art form. Peace.
Peace in the East.
Now we're going to deal with facts and not myths, okay? So, again, when I say foundational Black Americans, I mean Black people that lived here in America that, you know.
Yeah, like all of a sudden they're FBAs now. They're not one pyramid or Ankh in sight. Not one pyramid, not one Ankh in sight. You said all these fools in the 90s couldn't walk around without a Africa medallion hanging from their neck. Yeah, or the pick with the fist on it. Yeah, they've been arguing about hip hop, but this is when Tariq brought in the Mike Check documentary. Shout outs to War Master. Americans did create hip hop. 1000%. And that's the thing about stuff like this too, though. It's like you don't have to downplay other people's contributions. But Lord Jumar now, all of a sudden, he's FBA. You see, he got rid of all the African shit. We just gonna give you niggas. We just gonna act like that phase never happened. We just gonna give you niggas the Mandela effect.
Especially from the New York City area. Many
we gonna make them mad with this.
A lot of people will say it was around all parts of New York City at that time. that we are the ones, even though there were other people around us, Puerto Ricans and
I feel you, War
Jamaicans,
Bastard.
and any other people, that could have been around us. We were the ones that started this and drove the culture. Prove me wrong.
I will have to disagree. I would say that you guys
degenerate.
It's interesting because you have to do the research to understand exactly where somebody like Lord Jamar is coming from in this. Tariq Nasheed did a whole documentary on it, but it's largely been ignored by mainstream hip hop circles because they don't want to necessarily.
And that's the thing, yeah. And that's the thing. If you play back their lyrics, you didn't hear not one FBA bar. And they will straight up tell you they were the ones shoving it. They're talking about tethers and stuff like that. No, let's keep it at that. Wow, they were the ones shoving it down y'all throat that y'all need to do your history and your African. What the fuck? They were the ones screaming at you, talking about some. You need to do your history and you African.
Necessarily deal with the possibility that a black art form was created by black Americans. There's a narrative that's gone for so long. This is gonna ruffle some feathers.
Right. And then didn't they come up with a whole red, black, and green flag? It's some bullshit. This is some bullshit.
Over the culture. Prove me wrong.
I will have to disagree. I would say that y'all rooted and created it and made it traditional, of course. However, I believe that in the 1970s, youth from the...
Well, wait a minute. That means the conversation is over. She just admitted what he said. Let me hear that again.
We were the ones that started this and drove the culture. Prove me wrong.
I will have to disagree. I would say that y'all rooted and created it and made it traditional, of course. However, I believe that in the 1970s, youth from the Bronx are the ones that created, meaning African Americans and Afro-Caribbean immigrants that were talking about it during that time, the events that were happening. I believe it was the youth of the Bronx, not the foundation of Black Americans.
Why, first of all, why do you feel it was the Bronx, number one? Because that's what you heard, right?
I believe it's the Bronx, yes. Hip-hop created and started in the Bronx.
Okay,
that's
I was born in the Bronx. So
shout out to the Bronx, shout out to the Bronx. I'm from the Queens, baby. I'm from
for the Bronx, but some people would dispute that. But I'm not going to get into the disputing of it. Now, when you say Afro-Caribbean people, right? Because, yes, people like Kool Herc were from Jamaica.
Okay, let me see if I can find one. Hold on.
Grandmaster Flash has a Bohemian background. But let me ask you this. Africa Bambaataa. What specifically inside hip hop could you point to and say that comes from Caribbean culture? That comes, like the Puerto Ricans put that into hip hop. The Jamaicans put that into hip hop. Name some things.
Let me tell you.
Okay. How about? Oh, I'm gonna fuck y'all head up with this one. Cause you know who else they're disrespecting crazy? Haitians. They disrespecting the fuck out of Haitians. How about Wyclef Jean? How about Wyclef Jean? It don't get no blacker than Lauryn Hill and the Fugees. How about Wyclef Jean? Y'all better check if Black Thought and all of them are FBAs. Jay Electronica and all them niggas. How about Wyclef Jean? How about the Foodies? Those are influences that are in hip hop. Did y'all know Lil Wayne is Nigerian? Look it up. I showed it to y'all so many times.
She's not going to be able to come up.
Hold on, hold on. Give me 1 second. These links are killing me. Hold on, y'all. My computer can only take but so much. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Up with anything. That is part of the problem.
These people are acting like they wasn't yelling, "Who let the dogs out?"
It's part of the problem. I mean, yes, there was definitely contributions from those names that he named, but you got to admit that there was so much of the elements of hip hop that were already in existence. Why is it always brought to this one point on Sedgwick in the Bronx as the starting place? I think this at this point has become an urban myth. It's become an urban myth on the hip hop origins. You literally have people all over New York City that were doing those things better and or at a larger volume. But a lot of times what they'll do is they'll reclassify those as disco DJs. They'll reclassify them as disco DJs because some people use the name Disco King, or it's very sad.
When DJ Cool Herc, when he was DJing, right? That's
Degenerate,
like,
where you been at? Degenerate been under a rock, bro. They've been talking about Haitians are eating cat sandwiches. They heavy on the Haitians are eating animals and shit. I said, damn, that's fucked up. All right, shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Hold on, let's get into this. And I got something else here that came up in this. In the link that you sent. Truth only. And there's something else. And it's 5 years. Let's see if they were talking about FBA then. Because FBA was out 5 years ago, but this is before it hit their radar. Hold on now. So let's look at this video. I can't play the music. They can still get me on the visuals. But this looks mighty African to me. Shout outs to LT, man, in the building. Chicago in the house. Now look at this, y'all. Does this look African or not? This looks mighty African.
I heard I could do this because my mind is my third eye. I'm showing.
Oh, your mind's your third eye. This looks African to me. Don't sweat the technique. This look African. Hold on, let's we gonna get to Queen Latifah that had the African garb on. UNITY spells a unity. Sounds African to me. Let's see what this guy has to say. All the Hotep niggas, they all look the same and sound the same. Look, you got the 5% Nation here. So Lakim Shabazz, shout outs to New probably know him. He come from 5%. This thing we talking about.
Like you said, the business in hip hop was real strong at a point when I came in, you know. But I saw that the more money it generated, the more with claws got involved with it, you know.
In the building,
corporate America per se, and unfortunately, they control them.
Yes, sir. LT man said that shit, man. Look, be careful, bro, out there, you dig? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know you on the move. LT man, always on the mission. This looks Aztec and Irish. Spells of unity. Oh God. You see this, LT man? They're trying to distance themselves away from Africa now. This is crazy. This is black people for you. All right, hold on.
Media outlets. So consciousness is still out there. You have many artists out there that's still conscious. However, the media outlets know that if we pump in black awareness into the minds of these people, then that's going to awaken them. That's not what they want. They want to keep them blind and ignorant to the knowledge of themselves. So not to say that gang culture is, ignorant or anything like that, because when you research the origin of the Crip or the Blood situation.
And listen, people claim Crips and Bloods. Okay, well, that still goes back to Africa and religion. Real talk. It still goes back to Africa and religion and stuff like that. So this is the thing. If you go all the way, hold on, give me 1 second. All right, my bad, y'all. So no, this is what I'm saying. You said I'm good, bro. Just having a celebration. That's what's up. You said all the NOI 5%ers shit went down the drain. Yeah, absolutely. But this is the thing though. And shout outs to LT man, y'all. Soon to be the best granddad. And then what about Troy when they reminisce over you, my God? Come on, man. But no, I was saying with the Bloods and Crips, if you look at it, right? The Bloods, they do the 5-star. So they ride the 5-star. The Crips, they ride the 6-star. Even down to the Vice Lords, BDs, and all of them, they ride. It goes back to religion. You will even see Crips walk around with the Star of David on them. The Star of David. So much comedic symbols. Even with Vice Lords, look at all the comedic symbols.
In their inception, it was positive, what they came together for. Then over the years, they start, dealing with different things, crime and stuff. So a lot to do with the media, the people that control the radio, people that control the TV. Images shape our lives. Whatever force is out there that's promoting the images to the people, then that's how you get that. You know what I mean? And I think that, the consciousness is still out there. However, you see the gang culture is strong, man. I know brothers that's members of the Nation of Gods and Earths and Blood now. Some of them Crip now. And that just go to show me that, you didn't really understand what you was dealing with. Understanding is your ability to see something for what it is and not what it appears to be. You might think it's a certain way, but it's actually not. If you grounded in culture, then you're gonna remain grounded in culture. What was will always be. That's what I always tell people. Like some brothers come up, yeah, man, I used to be 5% or I used to be God. And tell you, used to was a rooster. I still am. You know, what was will always be. So, you know, the gang culture is strong and it's prominent. And
okay, let's catch up to where he at right now. Let's see if we can catch up to where he's at right now. Let's see if he's yelling tether too. Shit. Might as well. Two years in the thick of it.
What's going on, everybody? It's Ron Brown, LMT, the People's Fitness Professional, alongside my co-host,
Mikey Fever.
And this is a New Yorker's perspective.
5% nation of gods and earths. New, where you at, man?
We're back again with the God.
Hold on, I got you. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Also,
I got it queued up.
Both gods we brought on today.
This is East Coast shit.
Legendary hip hop.
But this is the thing though. Because people were getting mad at Tariq because he's from Cali and he came to New York and was telling them about hip hop, and they were like, "Oh well, he's from Cali, he shouldn't be able to do that." But that's not necessarily true. But this is the thing though, because New York is blocked off from a lot of shit. But this is the thing though, right? Cali had its own music. Cali had its own thing and its own movements going on. And they weren't too far off when it comes to hip hop. This is why it was so easy too to have a East and West war, even pertaining to hip hop.
Building right now with Lord K. Born with Rap's New Generation, and we have
Lake Shabazz equals Leroy.
From where you from, God?
I'm originally from Newark, New Jersey, God.
Newark, New Jersey. That's peace. So Lakim Shabazz, welcome to the show. Thanks for just you answered just like, yeah, I get on right away. Like, wasn't no problem. Like, I respect that. Thank you for that. Let's go into the questions. I want to ask first. Somebody's on the feedback. Somebody has feedback on their thing. It's probably
You said, you know what? That group Toto was singing about Africa before. Hey, yo. Shout outs to Truth Only. Shout outs to Truth Only. Truth Only. Why? Tell them that it's human nature. I bless the rains down in Africa. No, but Michael Jackson's FBA. He, that's an FBA ballad right there. Yeah, that's true, Degenerate. About there'll basically always be a game banger to a hotel pipeline, vice versa. All right, let's go.
All right, yeah, that was Mikey Fever. All right, so I want to ask some questions. Let's start off with first. You from Newark, New Jersey, okay?
Yes.
And where'd you get knowledge? Where'd you get knowledge? Who was your enlightener or educator?
My educator name is Lamel Bourne. He's actually my cousin. the knowledge hit the streets out here in Newark in the early 80s by way of brothers incarcerated coming out and teaching here and there throughout the streets. And I used to run behind my cousin Lamel, and he began.
I told you it's like 50 Shades of Nation of Prislam. We saw all these niggas practicing Nation of Islam, Nuwapian, 50 Shades of Niggas, 5%ers, Hebrew Israelites. So it's 50 Shades of the Nation of Prislam.
And to teach me supreme mathematics and alphabet when I was knowledge understanding. Like I was transitioning from the 8th to the 9th grade. And that put me on my journey right there.
All right, that's peace, God. So knowledge understanding for the viewers who don't know, knowledge understanding
13
years old. 13 years old. So at that time, you know, that was what was the date at that time? What was it? It was 19 what?
83.
Yeah, back in the day, O'Shea, Hotep, brother, Hotep. Hold on now. O'Shea, another one. O'Shea, another one. O'Shea be grifting too.
1983.
Build understanding. Yep.
Indeed. So now around that time in Newark, New Jersey, what was going on? I mean, what kind of influence did the God at that time in Newark, New Jersey?
Well, at that time in Newark, a lot of what was going on, the people, the younger generation was embracing hip hop, you know, the whole hip hop lifestyle. So that had a lot to do with, you know, the gods showing up out in Newark at that day and time, you know.
Truth only is killing me. God spoke to me in the license plate shop and told me to. Oh my God. Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show 3 hours and 17 minutes into the
people were just, what I could say really was embracing hip hop, you know, learning more about the culture of hip hop. A lot of people have started embracing rap, break dancing. We was already DJing. We had a lot of DJ crews out here in Newark. We used to call it disco music. Then they turned it to club music. Now it's called house music. I grew up doing that. Before I ever picked up a microphone, I was on 2 Techniques, spinning music. And actually, that's how I met my DJ, the God C. Just. I met him DJing. And him and my cousin Lamel was the first ones that convinced me to write a rhyme. And I did it. They were impressed, and I've been rhyming ever since. Yet I got into it DJing.
Now, I'm gonna go through your catalog real quick, but before I do, I just have a question here. I noticed, like, on a lot of your albums, you talk a lot about, like, you reference a lot of, I would say, like Farrakhan, Africa, and things like. And things of that nature. Get to it. Now, coming from the grew up, you know, especially with the 7th degree and the 14th, Africa is like a misnomer, if you will. We don't necessarily really use Africa.
And this is 2 years ago, so now now they're starting to denounce Africa. This is hilarious. Yeah, see the version that I read, we don't really do what y'all were doing, and we don't really care about, you know. Oh, okay.
And we don't really advocate, I would say, the African, you know what I'm saying, culture, if you will, right?
Now
we
you're
keep it within the laws, math, laws, world manifest.
Right, exactly.
But you reference a lot of Africa, you reference a lot of Farrakhan. Was that just the climate, the social climate in the 80s?
Right, exactly. Well, those were I reference the things I reference because they were influential to me at that day and time. And, I was still young in the knowledge. And
watching niggas distance themselves is crazy. And I'm not saying everybody was quote unquote African. I'm not one of those people. I'm questioning, why are you claiming this now when you were originally claiming this? Again, let's take a look at the poll. Can you change your identity without saying what you publicly claimed before? 33% says yes, people change. 17% says yes, but explain the change. 33% says no, the receipts remain. And another 17%. So everything is tied up. Depends on the situation.
that day and time. And one of the best things about our principles is that understanding comes in time. So at that day and time on my albums, I was referencing Africa because it was a real strong, positive African movement going on, not only just in the streets and in America, but definitely in the hip hop culture. See, I came out around the time of your Public Enemies, your KRS-Ones, your X-Clans, and all of them. And the African culture had a lot of influence, not to intertangle that with what the Nation of Gods and Earth represent. However, I was still young in the knowledge, so a lot of things that I referenced, I still had to grow to have a clearer understanding on it. Yet I was teaching the people what I had. That's all that was, God.
Makes sense. That's peace, God. That is peace. So now, take me through, a walk through Newark, New Jersey, in 1983. I mean, how did you said you got knowledge from your cousin, correct?
All right. Because this X-Clan right here, y'all, this look mighty African to me.
Peace. I'm called Professor X, the Overseer. In the early night.
This look mighty African to me. Funkin' lesson. Oh, look, some onks. It's on his hat too. Oh wow, this look mighty African. Oh wow, statues. He blowing African dust. God damn. Look mighty African to me.
Born in the cosmos where no time and space to exist.
Even got the staff. And don't be FBA going to Mardi Gras, because that's all Papa Legba. He said changed up from take me through there to walk me through it. Yeah, scopolamine. This nigga blowing the African dust. Kente dust. This nigga look like Bobby Brown with a nose ring. Oh, y'all know the gauging of the ears. You know them African people that used to put the... That's African too. Let's see what Queen Latifah was wearing in UNITY. Look, all of this stuff. Look, fly girl. Look, this look mighty African to me. She look like Shahrazad Ali. Don't even get me started on the Fugees. Oh boy. Niggas, 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 niggas. Gotta record them because they'll lie. God damn.
When you put the breaks in, that's a form of
You don't even know.
you know, cultural influence, because that's from Jamaica.
No, it's not from Jamaica.
The breaks when he did that.
No.
Fact-wise.
No, I'm sorry. You're dealing with feelings. The breaks he was playing, first of all, were soul, foundational Black American
Afro?
James
music.
Brown.
No, not Afro anything.
Soul.
It was Black American music that he was playing, not African music, not Afro-Caribbean music. He was playing soul music, and the breaks inside that music is what he was playing. He wasn't playing any Jamaican music. He wasn't adding anything into the culture of hip hop that was Jamaican. He came from Jamaica and was doing an American thing.
So he's
okay.
So he came from Jamaica. He's Jamaican.
Right,
Okay,
but listen, him being Jamaican, but he was being influenced by foundational Black Americans.
Right.
He couldn't do nothing Jamaican inside hip hop, or else nobody was fucking with him. You see what I'm saying?
No
He
Bob
tried to
Marley.
when he first came to Jamaica, there's stories of him where he tried to wear cowboy boots and all that type of shit to the party, and you know, people was like, "What you doing with them roach killers on?" and all this type of shit, and he stopped wearing that type of. You understand what I'm saying? And started wearing
Assimilated.
sheepskins and doing, trying to assimilate with traditional Black Americans.
Right.
So it says there's nothing inside of hip hop. You know how we be like, say, Clyde, say, Papi Chula. We don't say none of that. All we do is everything that we say. Everything that's inside of hip hop culturally started with foundational Black Americans.
And
I'm trying to think if I can think of anything that's like that. Maybe, I mean, not until we get to like Big Pun. I was just listening to that earlier today. Like Boricua, Morena. Now there's also
Give me 1 second. Let me do this. Because these people lie their ass off so fucking much. And I really hate this shit. Because it makes it seem like I got a problem, and I really don't. But niggas in a selective memory. You know what was real Caribbean? Let's take a listen to the Fugees. There was no Jamaican references and all that other stuff in hip hop. Bullshit. Where she literally had patois in the song.
Hey baby, 'cause I got a lot.
Hold on, y'all. Yeah, same thing with rock and roll, island rock that come from Jamaica. Like, this is the thing. Tell the story, but you don't have to down another ethnicity to do that.
Ready or not, refugees taking over. The Buffalo Soldier, dreadlock roster.
Oh, okay. 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 I'm gonna play. You gotta hit him. You gotta hit him. You gotta hit him where you can get him. Are we gonna act like the Fugees ain't quote unquote FBA?
refugees taking over. The Buffalo Soldier, dreadlock roster. On the
Had to do it. The Fugees is a national treasure in hip hop.
I'll say influence, and this is just me being honest. In the 1990s, out of Jamaican or faux Jamaican patois, they popped up out of New York and LA during that time period, early 90s, late 80s.
All right, hold on,
But
let me go find it.
I don't know. I remember Pasta Dutchie on the left hand side.
Right.
But to say hip hop is a Jamaican art form, even though a Jamaican guy is credited with having started it, it seems to be a stretch.
The pioneers are from the Bronx, which is.
I mean, you're obsessed with the Bronx, but the Bronx
because
the Bronx is not filled with Jamaicans and Puerto Rican. There's foundational Black Americans there. You know?
And they were doing it in Brooklyn and Queens, the borough that she's actually from. She doesn't realize that.
It's mixed. It's African Americans and Afro Caribbeans. It's mixed. Is it not mixed? Is it just?
And those demographics are today. I want to be clear with New Yorkers who see New York how it currently is and think that it's always been like that. There's always been that, but at lesser numbers. You have to look at the makeup of the United States. You have to understand the makeup of the United States was very Black and white, and there was no in between. Immigrants come along later. You understand? I think some people still think that FBA or ADOS people are a minority group in Black America. Nothing can be further from the truth. The numbers are staggering. Even with the population boom from Black people from the diaspora. This isn't taking anything away from them. This isn't being tribalistic, but it's just facts. Black Americans are still the largest group of Black people in America. Don't get it twisted.
I'm saying is the ones who is running the sensibility hip hop were the foundational Black Americans. If you didn't buy and assimilate to our slang, we were the ones that were creating the slang.
And I mean, listen, I love America. I'm American. This is what I'm going to say. New York was a quote unquote melting pot. Even though it's a salad bowl, it still is. It was the quote unquote melting pot. New York was a melting pot. New York made a lot of people feel that America was as diverse because everything is bunched together. You had different ethnicities, somewhat living in harmony because New York is a crazy ass motherfucking city. And this is the image that a lot of people are seeing. If you ask people if they want to go to America, usually they'll say New York or California. So I don't know if it's FBAs that were really just in charge of it. And later on, it kind of comes out with Fat Joe and a whole bunch of other people. We wasn't thinking like that. They wasn't thinking like that. They were still honoring Africa. But that's not my debate here. That's a debate for another day. My question is, Can you tell us about America before the slaves got here? What were your names? What were you studying? Were you in contact with the Moors? So you guys were already practicing Islamic religion? Yeah, they wasn't even doing that because they're telling you that immigrants and people are stopping them from practicing their lineage and their culture and all this other stuff. And it's like, bro, nobody stopped you. You could have spoken up. You probably would have got your ass beat by a nigga with an ankh, but you could have spoke up. I mean, that's some legendary shit. The last time somebody with an ankh whooped someone's ass was probably in Egypt, so. Yeah, you had Japanese and Chinese people in America as immigrants. We ain't even gonna get into that.
We were deciding what type of gear you would wear and all that type of Pumas and Adidas and you know what I mean? All that type of. Now we might see. Now if we saw some shit from another culture and decided, okay, we want to with that, we would bring it in. Like later on, I will give.
So now it's not copying. We would bring it in. So when you do it, you're bringing it in, but when they do it, it's copying. Oh, okay.
Jamaicans like Kango hats and shit like that. Y'all might have brought that to the game in hip hop. You see what I'm saying? But that's not.
Y'all might have brought that to the game in hip hop. Kango hats, really? You had the Jamaican shower posse. They dressed their own way with the shirts and everything. They didn't. Oh my God. And y'all loved LL Cool J, so don't go in on the damn Kango hats. And some of y'all, and what you call it, and Wesley Snipes. Kango hats are literally a part of African American culture. So. And tracksuits.
Really a hip hop thing. You understand what I'm saying? As far as.
Yeah, and well, this is the thing. They got a lot of Adidas, Pumas, and stuff like that. They got that from a lot of foreigners also because, you know, they were into soccer and stuff like that. What's football in the West is not football worldwide. But I mean, like I said, this is a stupid conversation. I made this hot. Like, okay. Y'all were into this and y'all were into that. Y'all were into this and y'all, like, no one cares, bro. In the future, we're gonna have aliens and AI. So we're the. The future already here too.
Actual mechanics and science of doing hip hop, scratching the record, rapping on the beat. All of that stuff comes from us here in America.
The last thing you mentioned about the toasting and about the DJs being able to speak over the beats, that is 100% influenced by Caribbean culture.
No, it's not.
Caribbean parties.
No, it is not.
Back way
no,
to the 60s
it is not.
and early reggae.
What about the radio DJs?
Jamaicans not only influenced hip-hop.
No, they didn't.
The Dominicans is influenced
I'm sorry. What? Dominicans?
Yes, there's a whole genre called dembo. Okay,
What?
and that's based off.
All right, she totally got her timelines off. That came out in the 90s.
They find the most crazy people that they can to argue these points. They don't find no scholars or nobody. Yeah, American does have German influence and stuff. But look, this is what they're leaving out. America has its own influence. America has its own thing that people bite off and copy the West on. The thing is that they're way too worried about other stuff. They're not really talking about like actual American things. This is a separation thing that black people do. This is yours and this is mine. This is yours and this is mine. Or if you're not going to speak up or you don't know anything, they're just going to take yours. You know?
The rhythm was used in the 1990 Dembo by Shabba Ranks. So you don't even get the name of that until 1990.
Actually, if you look at the word rhythm, that's a Jamaican slang. R-I-D-D-I-M. It's a Jamaican British patois slang for rhythm. Jesus Christ.
This is what I'm saying about the disconnect. This is also something that I worry about with the youth in general, is that they're so convinced that the information that they have, the limited information that they have from this time period and what they can find on the internet, they'll actually argue you down about history. They'll really lose the fact that somebody might have lived during that time period and
They're a rebel without a cause, and they don't know what the hell they're doing or talking about.
actually seen it differently. They'll argue you down. And that's something I've noticed about Gen Z and their opinions about things, because they believe they're the most informed generation, but a lot of stuff is converging. And when you hear something like what this young lady said, you can't help but see that is an issue.
That's based off of reggae.
Look at her hair.
We have Kool Herc, like you mentioned. We have
how old Kool Herc was when he did his first party?
How old?
12 years old.
Damn.
Okay.
You think he was really emulating what the big sound systems in Jamaica and all that was doing?
Yes, that's his family.
No, that wasn't his family. That's not what he
He's
was
Jamaican.
doing. You're making shit up. You're doing things because you're being emotional right now. You're just not dealing with facts. I'm sorry. What Kool Herc was doing was emulating what people like Disco King Mario from the Bronx was doing already. Yeah. And break beats out in the park and all that stuff, and bringing your equipment out and type of stuff. That was not.
Hey, go look. Que lo que? Go look up capoeira. And then not even that. The Brazilians didn't even come up with capoeira. It came from Angola. I got children's story right here. Hold on. Hold on a second. Ay, qué locura. Ay, qué locura. Qué locura. I was just playing this joint for my little Brazilian baddie. I was kicking it with the other day. Y'all go take a listen to that. Truth only, take a listen to that. Take a listen to that. You know, I'll drop the link in the chat. I lo kilo. Play that for a little baddie. Oh my God, you get your little baddina. Chris G, play that in the chat. You get you a little sweet Latina. Get your little sweet Latina. It's going down.
Let's put it in perspective.
It's not clicking.
It's the 70s in Jamaica, right?
Yes.
Certain places in Jamaica didn't even have electricity.
Certain places.
Let's keep it.
Why they always gotta paint a place as destitute? Jamaicans had to flee and blah 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 blah. And I stole this from Tariq Nasheed. Ah, dang. Insults hit a little bit harder when they come from you. Like at least you can say you came up with that shit. Like, imagine dying on a hill somebody else from an insult somebody else came up with.
Real.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm saying, do you really think that kids from the Bronx were emulating something that kids in Jamaica were doing?
Yeah, but you're vaguely saying kids from the Bronx, which is a mixture of different types of kids. Right. Show pictures from the Bronx in the 1970s and see if you don't see different ethnicities. Shout outs to Truth Only in the building. Truth Only, Chris G. Hit that link right quick. Let that rock for a little bit.
We are over here watching Soul Train and all this type of shit. We not thinking about.
As a first generation immigrant, you traveling.
Okay, Soul Train was built in what? Afrocentricity? In American culture? Yeah, it looked like a war zone, absolutely. New York still looked like a war zone. And then the funny part is this. American culture amplifies things. Because we were rocking afros and everything. And guess who started wearing afros and had them? Legit had them and was rocking them. White people. I saw a guy named Afro Elite talking crazy, calling everything Africa and tethers and all this, that, and the third. And his name is Afro Elite. Afro. You forgot to delineate your name, player.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Bust all in there.
Forgot to delineate your name.
Want to see your family, you coming back and you
delineate from your name.
Bringing what you took from there back to where you live at.
And what I'm saying,
when most people came over to America, they pretty much stayed. There wasn't a lot of traveling back then. Like people, it was very expensive to fly. If you were flying in the 70s, you were damn near wealthy, right? Your family was wealthy. And I don't think people understand, oh, we just went back. Oh, how did you get back? Like that's what I'm saying. Like you can't have an argument with somebody who
Now all of a sudden everybody's a historian.
just doesn't understand the basics.
And that's not what he did.
You're going to bashments and you're going to parties.
There was no bashment. That's not what it was. This
called a basement.
No, this was not a bashment. This was a hip hop party. Okay, and
you
the
don't
hip
think
hop.
we party the same like them?
Huh?
You don't think they was partying the same like
What
them?
I'm
You don't think no
saying is
influences
there's
crossed
nothing
over?
Jamaican inside of hip hop.
That's
There's
very
no
false.
Jamaican customs.
Biggie is Jamaican. You can't ignore the
It
fact that
doesn't
so
matter
many
that
people.
he's Jamaican.
Oh, yeah, she went there. Biggie is Jamaican.
He rhymed. He didn't do reggae music. He did hip hop.
Okay, Tribe Called Quest, they Caribbean over there.
It doesn't matter.
You can't just pull that aspect of it
I'm not
out of
pulling
it.
him out of him. What I'm saying is, they're not doing anything from their culture that contributed to the found. And first of all, those people are way down the line. Hip hop has already started. I'm talking about when hip hop was created. I stated that when hip hop was created, that foundational Black Americans, we moved the needle. You couldn't dress like a Jamaican and come around.
What does a Jamaican look like?
Oh, back then, a Jamaican, you know what the Jamaicans looked like back then. Fishnet, thank you.
Like an
fishnet tank top.
He was decked out like an African though.
Tank top. Wow.
Chill.
Come on, because she knows. She knows what the I'm talking
My
about.
point is, we got the godfather of hip hop, and he is a Caribbean man. So that's
and I'm saying, and he brought nothing Caribbean to the table. That's all.
Himself.
But that's not enough.
You
He had
about,
to
like,
follow
specific-
what Black people were doing. He had to get with what we were doing. He tried to even sound like us, dressed like, wearing
We're not that
sheepskins
different.
and all of that.
We're not that
We're
different.
not that different. But what I'm saying is, y'all didn't have no influence amongst the Black Americans at that time.
I will
Damn.
agree to disagree. I feel like him bringing himself in it as a Caribbean
That's
person.
not enough. That's not
painting
enough.
You causing cultural
Just because,
shifts.
and just like when Puerto Ricans started breakdancing, once
Your contributions ain't enough, y'all.
we put it down, because Black people are the first ones to break dance.
Who was the first guy to break theirs? Do you know?
Black people were the first ones to. Did I tell you? Did I tell you they're gonna claim breakdancing? Got Slick Rick right here. Hold on. Let's take a capoeira. That's capoeira. Oh, look. Africa. Black people were the first to break that. Let's see.
Capoeira is more than a dance, more than a fight. One of Brazil's most successful cultural exports. Capoeira has become a symbol
in
of
Brazil.
youth dynamism. And it's finding its way back to its roots in Africa.
Capoeira is Mandinga.
And fun fact, that song that I put in the chat is Portuguese.
Of Angola was come from slaves. They used to fight for their freedom, so they used capoeira as their defense.
Capoeira is a martial art that combines.
Thought his slave was playing, and then he got a dusty foot put in his face. Nigga, oh, my slave's dancing, my slave is playing, and then a foot just went across his face.
Elements of dance, acrobatics, music, and combat. It traces its roots to the Ngolo, a warrior dance practiced by young men.
Y'all were the
Angola.
first in New
Ngolo
York,
arrived
huh?
in Brazil through Angolans, who were forcefully transported there during the slave trade.
Quem inventa a capoeira são os africanos aqui no Brasil. Uma mistura étnica de diversos elementos, né, desses grupos que vão se compor aqui e que vão fazer esse tipo de capoeira, essa invenção.
Today, the most popular form of
That's called
capoeira
Jenga.
is a fusion of two styles, known as Angola style and regional. The Angolan style capoeira was codified by Vicente Ferreira Pastinha. Born in Salvador de Bahia in 1889, 1 year after the abolition of slavery in Brazil, Mestre Pastinha preserved many of the traditional Angolo moves he had learned from his Angolan teacher, known by his first name, Benedito. From its humble beginnings, capoeira became popular around the world, featuring in Hollywood productions and inspiring new forms of acrobatic dance.
A capoeira ajudou o breakdance. O relógio, que eles hoje fazem bem melhor do que nós. Peão de cabeça, eles começaram e hoje fazem também bem melhor, eles ficam lá rodando por horas. Peão de mão, em pé, né? E ficou esse intercâmbio forte.
The youth here in Kibera
start at a certain level already in capoeira because they have this sort of social codes, the social norms, the respect for elders. So now the capoeira really amplifies that. And my hope is that they really are aware
The fat kids are dancing.
how they can take this art form and use it in their lives, use it in the streets, stay aware of what's around them, but also work together and support each other when they're in need.
I want to learn capoeira so that when someone attacks me, I can defend myself. In future, I like to know more about capoeira and be mestre like my mestre.
I don't think that's capoeira, baby, but you're close. They just let her hang out and shit. You just playing around. You just being fat. Like, it's cool. What a joy to be a kid.
Capoeira is often described as the martial art that disguised itself as dance. Enslaved Africans allegedly hid their fighting techniques inside.
How far
music
did
and
Jumar have to
movement
go to
so
do
their
this?
captors would not recognize it for what it was. That's a compelling.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I would have never brought this up if niggas wasn't claiming everything. It's like, I don't know.
Story, but it is incomplete. So the real question is this:
Well,
discuss what was it and why, for more than a century, did Brazil's own government spend enormous resources trying to destroy it? To answer that, we need to go back to where it all began. One of the most influential theories surrounding capoeira's origins takes us to Central Africa, particularly ritual combat known as Ngolo, sometimes translated as the zebra dance. Long before Brazil, traditions like this were practiced. Young men would compete using kicks, sweeps, and throws alongside dance-like movements during ceremonies, festivals, and initiation rituals. And when you compare this type of movement to capoeira today, the similarities are striking. But what matters most is not simply the techniques themselves, it's the fact that combat was already fused with music, ritual and symbolism, because what arrived in Brazil may not have been dance disguised as combat, but traditions where combat, music, identity, ritual and performance were already deconnected. However, when those traditions entered one of the most brutal systems in human history, everything changed. Between the 1500s and the late 1800s, Brazil received roughly 4
Dirty foot dancing is crazy. Dirty foot dancing is crazy. Dirty foot dancing is ridiculous. You said I'll never understand the whole breakdancing. Negroes of any so-called ethnicity have been doing acrobats for over a millennia. SMH, man.
million enslaved Africans through the transatlantic slave trade, more than any other country in the Americas. Many came from Angola and Central Africa, but they did not arrive carrying one unified martial tradition. Different ethnic groups, languages, rituals, and combat systems were forced together under harsh conditions. And over generations, those traditions blended, adapted, and evolved. What emerged was not a martial art in the modern sense, but a system of movement that could function as ritual, play, training, or violence, depending on the situation. And in some places, that survival became organised resistance. From the 1600s onward, escaped slave communities formed independent settlements known as.
All right, Truth only says because fools aren't aware of the rest of the world, so when they see it, they think it's new, right?
As Quilombo.
It have the arrogance to.
The most famous was Palmares, a fortified settlement that survived for nearly a century and resisted repeated Portuguese and Dutch attacks. And while we should be cautious about projecting modern capoeira directly into this period, historians generally agree that Afro-Brazilian combat traditions, ambush tactics, and guerrilla warfare all played an important role in communities like these. This also begins explaining why capoeira developed the way it did. Mobility, deception, improvisation, and unpredictable movement were not simply aesthetic choices. They reflected the pressures of survival in unstable and violent environments. And when
if a black man was doing this documentary, nobody would care. But when the white man says it, it's law.
Palmares and other quilombos were eventually destroyed, those skills did not disappear. In many ways, they became even more dangerous once they spread into Brazil's growing cities. By the 1800s, capoeira had become heavily associated with urban street culture, especially in Rio de Janeiro. And this version of capoeira looked very different from the modern image many people have today. Brazil was changing rapidly. Slavery was collapsing, political instability was rising, and urban violence had increased. Within this environment, groups known as maltas emerged. These were organised street gangs connected to neighbourhoods, political factions, and criminal activity.
Now we learning about the pre-barrio.
Capoeiristas worked as bodyguards, enforcers, or political muscle. Others carried razors and knives and became involved in riots, gang conflicts, and even election violence. Capoeira was no longer hidden. It had become public, politically connected, and increasingly associated with disorder. That is why the Brazilian state stopped viewing capoeira as a folk activity and started viewing it as a public threat. After Brazil became a republic in 1899, the new government moved aggressively against capoeira. Practicing publicly could result in imprisonment, forced labour, or deportation. Police actively hunted practitioners, and many adopted nicknames known as apelidos to hide their identities, a tradition that still survives today. And ironically, state repression may have shaped
They try to get rid of capoeira. Now it's not mutual combat. Now it's something that we're gonna put a slave back in slavery for. Ain't that? We're gonna put you back in the position as to why slaves learned it in the first place.
Capoeira just as much as slavery itself, because once again, the art was forced to adapt in order to survive. But this next transformation would completely change capoeira's future. In the early 20th century, capoeira underwent another major transformation. Two men became central to that process, Mestre Bimba and Mestre Pastinha. In 1932, Mestre Bimba opened what is often considered the first formal capoeira academy. But at the time, capoeira still carried the stigma of criminality and technically remained illegal. So Bimba carefully reframed what he taught. He prompted a disciplined system of physical culture that he called Luta Regional Bahiana, known in short as the regional style. Training became more athletic, systematic, and structured, and in doing so, Bimba helped transform capoeira's public image into something increasingly acceptable to Brazilian society. Then in 1940, Brazil officially removed the anti-capoeira laws, and capoeira slowly began transitioning into something that could be presented as part of the nation's cultural heritage. Meanwhile, Mestre Pastinha focused on preserving what became known as Capoeira Angola, a slower, more ritualized style emphasizing rhythm, deception, strategy, and tradition. But that leads to another question.
All right, so think about it. Music, people hanging around playing instruments, niggas dancing. Truth only, you might be right about the cardboard box.
Stands and all of that. We're not that different. But what I'm saying, thank you. Fishnet tank top.
Fishnet tank top. Wow.
Come on. Because she knows. She knows what the I'm talking
My
about.
point is, we got the godfather of hip hop, and he is a Caribbean man. So that's
And I'm saying, and he brought nothing Caribbean to the table. That's all.
himself.
But that's not enough.
You
He
talking
had
about,
to
like,
follow
specific-
what black people were doing.
Yes,
He had
okay.
to get with what we were doing. He tried to even sound like us, dressed like wearing
We're not that
sheepskins
different.
and all of that.
We're not that
We're not
different.
that different. But what I'm saying is, y'all didn't have no influence amongst the black Americans at that time.
I will
Damn.
agree to disagree. I feel like him bringing himself in it as a Caribbean
That's
person.
not enough. That's not
painting
enough.
You causing cultural
Just because,
shifts.
and just like when Puerto Ricans started breakdancing, once we put down, black people wants to breakdance.
Who was the first guy to break dance? Do you know?
Damn, I forget his name. Don't get me to lying. I don't know. But I know he was black. But anyway, so here's the thing. The reason why people associate Puerto Ricans with breakdancing is because that was around the time that black people put it down, because some of us started getting a little money and we don't want to be spinning on the ground with our fresh shit on.
cardboard.
And this is also the time when cameras came to hip hop. And so now this is when movies and Beat Street and you know what I mean, certain shit like that. So now the Puerto Ricans was like, well, okay, we doing this shit now. So now they're spinning on their fucking back, and now everybody thinks that they created breakdancing.
It actually says the legendary twins, which were the twins, were credited as some of the first, if not the absolute first breakers, B-boys in the game. See, Keith and Kevin Smith. Now, so what are we talking about here? See, this is all happening, and he's right. They actually people left breakdancing alone for a period of time. And then when it became more visible, the Latino influence ended up being the face of it in some ways. These guys were going to get jobs. They were like, there's no future in this. I'm not going to be able to be world renowned, like Crazy Legs or somebody. There was no Crazy Legs. There was no lane for a Crazy Legs before the wild style.
Shut the hell up. Y'all niggas don't know shit about history. There was a Crazy Legs. This nigga was in Brazil and in Angola, kicked the shit out y'all. Niggas don't know what y'all talking about. Bro, every other 10 nigga that you run into know what he talking about. Every other 5, I got faith in them.
Beat Street of it all,
But they didn't.
Why does nobody mention that? That Kool Herc was only 12 years old when he threw their first hip hop party. Like, where does a 12-year-old get the inspiration to come up with a new genre? No. He probably was a DJ that was paying attention, a 12-year-old DJ that was paying attention to what was happening around him. That's what it seems like. They were doing things that they saw already in existence. It ain't just like the lightning struck and then all of a sudden, I figured it out. Now I've got to do hip hop. I've got to inject my culture. I've been in it. They act like it's a Moses event. Anyway, what do y'all think? Some great points there. Obviously, points that were already pointed out. The Mic Check documentary that Tariq Nasheed did.
Tariq Nasheed, all Tariq Nasheed shit. Glad y'all starting to notice that niggas are just repeating Tariq Nasheed.
Excellent documentary in the theaters. It was very thorough, and what it said, it put a different narrative out there that people have not acknowledged to this day. They're still fighting against it. That's how strong the documentary was, because he handpicked the pioneers that are being left out of the story of hip hop, and actually put this squarely in the foundation.
And what place?
Black American community. Shout out to everybody involved. Like, you know what I mean? It's no hate. Let's just be honest.
This is some tit for tat shit, man.
Meaning foundational Black Americans who are the foundation of this country. That's the group. And that group includes Dr. Martin Luther King, and many other
I got something to show y'all before we get up out of here.
who are prominent.
Hit the like button. Please support the show. 4 hours and 9 minutes into the madness.
Who got a problem with American descendants of slaves? And you got a problem with Harriet Tubman. You got a problem with Malcolm X. Not Malcolm, with Martin Luther King.
So you're trying to create an imaginary separation where Black American is the acceptable identity, but foundational Black American, that becomes an unacceptable ideology. That's a straw man.
Who said that?
Because tethers can latch on to Black American. Deontay Kyle don't know where the hell his family's from. He was adopted.
Yeah.
Can y'all see my screen? What does that say?
I don't know who Deontay Kyle is.
USPTO. This is an official government website. Look what it says. Word mark. I typed in foundational Black American. I hit the search button, and I went to the trademark. Look what it says. Live and registered.
I want to show y'all something. Hold on.
Let's start with this. Can everybody see my screen? Yeah, we're going to start here. I think this is a good place to start. Let me get this off the screen. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's start here.
So when I speak out against FBA, it's like, oh, you don't know what Black Americans like. Nigga, I am a Black American.
What the f do you mean, nigga?
No, I said FBA specifically. I didn't say niggas. I didn't say Black American. Because I say Black American.
Yeah.
This foundational shit got you niggas acting weird.
Right, because
y'all think y'all niggas to the second power or something.
Right. It because when they say it, it's not just I'm Black American who descended from Black Americans. They saying it like Black American supremacy. And it's
That
like
part.
that's the problem, nigga.
That's where we're getting
That's
lost.
the problem.
And then the
nigga.
nigga that y'all listen to was like, it just said the other day, like, oh, Donald Trump's kind of growing on.
Oh, see. Nah, nigga.
And y'all niggas like really hate immigrants. Like y'all. And listen, here's the thing. You're not gonna come over here talking hot about my culture. You're not gonna come over here talking hot about my people. I'm not with that. I'm gonna defend that every day. Because they're my people. You talking about me at this point.
Right.
But I'm also not like, go back to your country. Like,
Let's
nigga,
be for real.
handle your business.
I'm jealous that you know what country you came from.
Also, no matter how you arrive here and what you think about yourself, and you think you better than a nigga when you get here, you about to find out.
You about to. Real
Brother.
quick. You about to find out that you are just a nigga over here.
Yo, nigga wake up call is impending.
It's soon come.
I'll say you're wrong,
Mm-hmm.
but I also say just be patient.
Yeah, there definitely is an attitude amongst some immigrants that like they can come over here and just work hard, and that's the problem with Black Americans.
Let's get into some game right now.
Everything that was said was emphatically correct. Like, what is Tariq gonna say? That's emphatically correct. Y'all do think y'all some Black American supremacy. Y'all do hate immigrants. Tariq did say Trump is growing on him. In fact, Tariq was dick eating Trump so much that's how he fell out with Yvette Carnell and them. They checked him like, Tariq, you glazing a little too hard. Yeah, we pro Trump, but come on now, like you doing too much. You giving out too many throat babies. That's literally how they fell out. They are Black. They are immigrants who come over here thinking Black, they better than Black people. And they do think that if they just work hard, everything gonna work out. Not knowing that they nigga wake up call is around the corner. Yes. Like everything they said was correct. They said nothing wrong. So what is Tariq gonna say? I think he's just gonna engage in some weird DP babble. But yeah, most likely that's what it's gonna be. But yeah, let's see what he got to say.
Because there's a lot of people in here. Now, everybody, we only got 10,000 hearts. Come on, family. Y'all know we got to do better than that.
Also, I forgot to mention, yes, Black American, African American is separate from FBA. They're not the same. FBA is a hate cult. It's like white people, KKK. Those are not the same thing. Those are not the same thing. FBA is a hate cult and a white nationalist psyop. That's it. It's not a people. It's not a group.
Tariq owns the trademark. You literally cannot put FBA on a t-shirt and sell it without Tariq's express permission. Express permission. That's not a lineage. I can create a t-shirt right now, put the American flag on it and say and have the word American citizen, United States of America, and sell it. I don't have to ask nobody. I don't have to give nobody no residuals, none of that. You can't do that with FBA. You can, again, it is not a people. It is not a lineage. In fact, again, if you type in the USPOT, that's the United States government, where they keep the trademarks, it will show you Foundational Black Americans is trademarked by Tariq. It'll show you his name. It'll show you the name of his lawyer who did the trademark for him, and it'll show you that he's telling the government that this is emphatically not, Foundational Black American is emphatically not the same thing as Black American, and they make no claim on Black American. He got this registered with the government. This is why Tariq switched up and said, "Oh, Foundational Black both. American is our name, but our legal name, if you go to court, is Freedman." That doesn't make any sense. So what's the point of calling yourself Foundational Black American if Freedman is the legal name that if you want to handle any official business, you got to go by? What's the point of calling yourself Foundational Black American then? So yes, let's see what this the head IDP in charge got to say.
All you do is tap the screen. All you got to do is tap. The museum is going great, by the way. Tap the screen. There's Spike Lee's cinema. How big is Spike Lee's theater? All right. At the Gramercy Theater. Where's the Gramercy Theater in New York? King Theater? King's Theater? Oh, 3,000. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, this is what I don't know nothing about these spots. See, that's why I'm asking the family. That's why I'm asking the family. Yeah, I don't even know about those spots. He's having some movie showings in them. Okay. I didn't know Spike had a theater in Brooklyn. I did not know that. I didn't know that. So if y'all can hit that up, that'll be great. That'll be absolutely great.
What, a theater about what? What Tariq got a new DVD out I ain't hear about?
Right. Family, let's get into some game, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all hit the hearts. Let's get those hearts up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get those hearts up. Let's get those hearts up, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Respect to you, Riri. Family, you know the first thing we got to talk about. We got to talk about DNC shill, y'all boy.
All right, so this
Deontay
is
Kyle.
Everybody's a shill.
rubbed a lot of
See,
people
this
the
is the
wrong
game.
way.
I gotta keep explaining this. A political shill is somebody who pretends to be neutral or objective, but is actually on an playing for a political side. For example, O'Shea Duke Jackson. O'Shea Duke Jackson pretended that he was not a Democrat or Republican. He was just looking at both parties,
fence sitting,
just looking at both parties, and he just came to the conclusion that maybe the Republicans are better, or maybe we shouldn't support the Democrats. And he was acting like he was neutral. The whole time, O'Shea Duke Jackson was a Trump supporter. He just was pretending not to be a Trump supporter. O'Shea just recently admitted that he voted for Donald Trump all 3 times, something he never told people. So he was a Trump supporter, a Trump voter, but he was pretending like he was just some neutral person talking about politics. Same way with Tariq Nasheed. Everything these FBA bozos, these IDPs do is projection. Tariq is a Trump voter, but he pretends that he is neutral on politics. You are literally a shill. Nobody else is a shill. Like, people who tell you to go out and vote Democrat cannot be a Democratic shill. That's not how shilling works. People who work for the Democratic Party cannot be a Democratic shill. They literally work for the Democratic Party. Like, he just says anything. This is why this is why these FBA bozos pretend that, everybody is just playing dumb. No, you guys are dumb. You're using words wrong all the time. That's why nobody can't figure y'all out.
This is why people like me are necessary, who know the cult language, who can decipher what y'all saying. Regular people can't get it. Y'all say lineage. Lineage is a bloodline. Lineage is your family. That's personal. Yeah, but y'all using ethnicity. Ethnicity and lineage is not interchangeable terms. No more than family and ethnicity is an interchangeable term. But y'all use it like that, and that's something that only somebody who knows y'all speak could decipher. Just the same thing when y'all say black immigrant. Y'all don't literally mean immigrant. Y'all mean anybody who got any immigrant ancestry. This is what's confusing people.
Oh, y'all boy, little pudgy punk, Deontay Kyle. We got to talk about him. He made a little video doing his Democrat shilling. Yeah, the DNC, they're sending all their little operatives out to do all their little shaming talking points. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. Well, we're going to break down. Did y'all see? Yeah, he's taking some shots at FBA again. Him and some lady, I don't know where she was from, like a little heavyset lady. I don't know where she was from. Yeah, old two chin Deontay. So yeah, Winnie the Punk. So yeah, they're doing their Democrat shield talking points, and they sent them to.
You always talking about another man's appearance, and you always accusing them of being a punk. That's you, Tariq. This is again more the IDP projection. This is what IDPs do. They just project all day. They just project. But yeah, I'm gonna let him keep going.
Take shots at the grassroots and the whole lineage. So I'm going to play this clip that they did on the podcast, and I'm going to break it down very meticulously, okay? Because it's very interesting, some of the stuff they were saying.
It was basic stuff. Anyway, shout out. Somebody hit the Cash App. I don't know if you want me to say your name or whatever. Let me know. Make yourself known in the comment section if you want me to say your name. But thank you for the contribution. Much appreciated. Thank you. Somebody hit the Cash App and set it off.
Lord.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Please support the show.
Let me know if you want the shout out. But yeah, let's keep this going.
So we're going to break this down very meticulously. All right, now let me play the first part. I'm going to be cutting it, period, a lot. I'm going to be cutting it because I want to break down every talking point. All of it I want to break down. So here's the first part. Hold on. Here we go.
So when I speak out against FBI, it's like, oh, you don't fuck with black Americans? Like, nigga, I am a black American.
What the fuck do you mean, nigga?
No, I said FBA specifically. I didn't say niggas. I didn't say black American. Because I say black American.
Yeah.
This foundational shit got you niggas acting weird.
Right, because they...
Okay. So he did the old DNC trick to try to turn our lineage into an organization. Again, that comes from a think tank. That's a way to disrespect our lineage.
It does.
All right, so what Tariq does is say that they're not a gang or a group or blah, 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 respectfully. And like I said, I know why Tariq is doing what he's doing. It's the other people that's running with his rhetoric. When he says that he's not doing something that he clearly is doing, this allows him to hide in plain sight. Again, the Mandela effect. Hey, bro, I saw that. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Are you sure you need to get your eyes checked? No, I could have sworn I saw you. Got you. Mandela effect.
It doesn't come from a think tank. It comes from me. I've been said y'all was a group. I said y'all was a group going all the way back when you was meat riding ADOS. When it was DOS. Y'all a group. Also, address what he said. He said he Black American. He not with the foundational Black American. And Tariq said that out of his own mouth, by the way, also, that Black American and foundational Black American is not the same thing. And you found that on legal paperwork with the U.S. government.
All right. He's like, I said FBA specifically. I didn't say Black American. Well, that only works if there's some kind of FBA separate club or political organization that you voluntarily join.
Tariq, you said out your own mouth that Black American, I can't find the clip right now. I don't know where exactly it's at, but I'm gonna make a video about it.
It will drive you
separately. Crazy. Tariq, you said out your own mouth that Black American and foundational Black American is not the same thing. Even without you saying it, we know they're not the same thing, because if they were the same thing, there would be no point in adding the modifier of foundational. It's like toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity does not mean masculinity is toxic. That's why it has a modifier on it. It's saying that there's aspects of masculinity that's toxic, or there is a toxic masculinity. There would be no need for the modifier of foundational if it.
God bless the nigga that got knowledge that has to be around niggas, man. Fuck what you heard. God blessing all the smart niggas.
Was the same thing. That doesn't even make sense. Doesn't make sense. You only add stuff like that when you're making a distinction. So they can't be the same thing. It can't.
It ain't. See, this shows the bad faith arguments that they're using. FBA is a lineage designation for people whose ancestry is rooted in the historic United States. And then to say,
it can't be a lineage. There's no such thing. What is a lineage? Is a bloodline. Unless all you saying that there are tens of millions of people with the same bloodline, then it can't be a lineage.
I'm not attacking Black Americans. I'm attacking FBA. No, you're attacking Black Americans. That's who FBAs are. Black Americans who have no immigrant ancestry.
So look, he just tried to pull a fast one. He said FBAs are Black Americans who don't have any immigrant ancestry. So you're acknowledging that Black American and foundational Black American is two different things. He just acknowledged it. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. I'm gonna bring that back. He just acknowledged it.
People whose ancestry is rooted in the historic United States. And then to say, I'm not attacking Black Americans, I'm attacking FBA. No, you're attacking Black Americans. That's who FBAs are. Black Americans who have no immigrant ancestry.
So if you're a Black American with so you're saying a FBA is a Black American with no immigrant ancestry. That means are Black Americans who do have immigrant ancestry. You're creating, oh my God, bro. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. We got grown people listening to this.
Let's go to our GoPro.
We got grown people listening to this. Yes, exactly. Tariq has referred to FBA as a movement multiple times. A movement is a group. You don't have to have a formal membership to be a part of a group. Like he keeps saying, well, nobody join anywhere. You don't have to, quote unquote, join something like have a formal membership to be a part of a group.
You blowing a gasket.
Well, a lynch mob is a group. Did anybody sign any piece of paper to be a part of a lynch mob?
Yes.
Exactly, Fahima. Like a political party does not even do the things he keeps saying. You can't make this up. Exactly. This is why it's a cult. It's a cult. That's why I said it passed the group. When they was ADOS, they was a group. They was a hate group. When Tariq broke away and created FBA, That's when it became a hate cult, because Tariq is literally saying he's not the leader while owning it and creating it. That's cult talk. In cults, the leader of the cult. No, Malcolm X is not FBA. Tariq even said it out his own mouth, Malcolm X is not FBA. Matter of fact, we about to show that right now. Thank you for saying that. Salute to you in the building for even bringing that up. We about to show that right now. Because Tariq said out his own mouth, Malcolm X ain't FBA. He said out his own mouth.
Black people always want to be in a gang. Some type of... Bro,
where's that clip? Where's that clip?
How do I explain this? The identity politics is crazy. I think that needs to be acknowledged. The identity politics is crazy. Because when Umar said he was going to go after Tariq Nasheed, right? Umar just made up a term called DAFTA. I think it was called DAFTA. And already in the comment section, you saw a bunch of black people like, am I DAFTA? Am I DAFTA? Then some dude, DAFTA for life. Like, what, bruh? Y'all niggas just, man, listen. Go sit down. You know, like. Yeah, the side melanated, like, just. Dying to be a part of a gang, like. I forgot what white man said it, but it was like, niggas would do anything for a ribbon. Nigga would do anything for a ribbon. I got a clip that's coming out in some YouTube shorts that I'm I don't know if it's a pre-record or a short. I gotta see how long the video is that I'm editing. And it was something I forgot what a guy said, and he was like, if you convince like a Negro like something, he'll be indebted to you forever, or he wouldn't even question birth or your worth. Something like that. I forgot. And they were like, who said this quote? It was a famous guy that said this quote. And they were like, it was a US president. I forgot. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to everybody enjoying the show. Please support the show. 4 hours and 32 minutes into the madness. Please support good content. Let's get it.
I hate this, man. YouTube. They gotta do better. They gotta do better, man. YouTube got to do better. This is ridiculous. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure you hitting the like button. Make sure you sharing. Make sure you subscribing to the channel. But here we go. Here we go. Right here. Tariq out his own mouth.
Meaning foundational Black Americans. Black Americans who are the foundation of this country. That's the group. And that group includes Dr. Martin Luther King and many other foundational Black Americans who are prominent. You dig? Because people who got a problem with American descendants, and you got a problem with Harriet Tubman, you got a problem with Malcolm X, not Malcolm, with Martin Luther King, meaning foundational Black Americans. Black Americans who are the foundation of this country. That's the group. And that group includes Dr. Martin Luther King and many other foundational Black Americans who are prominent. You dig? because people who got a problem with American descendants of slaves, and with Harriet Tubman, you got a problem with Malcolm X, not Malcolm, with Martin Luther King.
Okay, you heard it. He said Malcolm X. He said it out of his own mouth. This is what I'm talking about. He just say anything. Like, this is nonsense. This is nonsense. This is why it's a cult.
Dusty?
Say anything. Chicken butt mouth. For all you who don't know, I gotta shout out the Mad Head Doctor. I got this from him. A chicken only got one hole. It pees out that hole, it poops out that hole, it lays eggs out that hole. So every time a chicken squat down, you never know what's gonna come out the hole. That's Tariq Nasheed's mouth. You never know what's going to come out of his mouth. You never know. You never know. You never know what he gonna say. You never know what he liable to say. He just changed the definition however it suits him. Of course he will. But as you can see in the clip, he said out his own mouth that Malcolm X is not FBA. No prompting. But if you was to ask Tariq right now in front of a bunch of people, he would magically turn Malcolm X into an FBA and then go back to saying people like Malcolm X is not FBA when the debate is over. He'll say that's another reason why debate FBA. They'll say anything to try to win a debate. They'll say anything, and then when the debate is over, they originally. I don't think so. It's a shame too. He makes some good content. I don't think he makes content anymore. I haven't seen anything. But yeah, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this bozo lying up a river. I mean, lying up a storm.
I wonder if Dane Calloway.
So you're trying separation. American is the acceptable identity, but foundation of American, that becomes an unacceptable ideology. That's a straw man. Because Tether, his family's from, he was adopted. You know.
So look what he just said. First of all, tether is a slur. And what he said, tethers can latch onto Black American. So you're acknowledging that Black American and foundational Black American is not the same. You're acknowledging it again. So what did he say wrong? If he say, I'm Black American, but I don't bang with foundational Black American, I don't like those people. What did he say wrong? How are you disproving anything he's saying? You're saying it out. You're saying the same thing he's saying. Foundational Black American and Black American is not the same thing. I'm saying that foundational Black American and Black American is not the same thing. I'm cool with Black American FBA. What is the difference? We all saying the same thing. So what you mad about?
You know what I'm saying? He don't know where his family's from. All that we, us, he don't know where his family's from. His mama was allegedly white. And from what I understand, she abandoned him, dropped him off in front of a damn Winn-Dixie somewhere. You don't know his dad. He don't know his biological family. Allegedly, he don't know that. So I'm a Black American. Yeah, you're generic. Yeah, you don't know. We ain't generic.
So Black American is generic. Like you just heard what he said, right? Black American is just generic. He said that.
Damn.
Oh, what about his kids? His kids is full FBA. See, this is again a part of the FBA hate cult. You can be mixed with white till you fall out, and you still pure FBA. Because I wanted to talk about that too, about how people are on Twitter attacking Tasha K's kids, talking about they not FBA because their father is African, but Tariq Nasheed's kids is FBA, even though Peanut is half white. I told people this. People thought I was lying when I said this is what they believe, this is what they teach. Even though I showed people the proof, they still said I was lying. They still said I was lying. They said I was lying. Oh, shout out to Laughing Like Saget for setting it off with the 5. He also a member of the channel. Thank you. Yes, you half right. Tariq is pimping his followers, but he never pimped no girls. Remember, Tariq is a chameleon. He just takes on other people's like identity. The actual pimp was pretending to be Rosebud said as much. We got to do a whole show about that. When Rosebud did an interview about Tariq Nasheed, and it said that Tariq never pimped no hoes. He just took his lifestyle and wrote it into a book. That's it.
Half white.
Tariq never was a pimp. He never actually pimped any hoes. He literally sat around pimps, hearing them talk, watch what they was doing, and then made up a whole identity for himself and wrote it in the book. The same way Tariq used to be a Crip. He never was a Crip. He just sat around some Crips and then pretended that was his lifestyle for his gangster rap.
Now I'm trying to record it, which was hilarious.
That's all he does.
Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm working in the background. Please support the show.
The MHD stand for Mad Head Doctor. Mad Head Doctor. That's what that stands for. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Wait, somebody else asked the question. Exactly. That's another thing I wanted to say. Who gave Tariq the right to rename 50 million black people? Who told him he could rename 50 million black people? See, because if Tariq got that power, then I got that power. If foundational Black American is legitimate, because Tariq says so, then ebony Black American is ebony dark American is legitimate. That's a term I made up. That's a term I made up. That is it's legitimate now. Can't make this up. But yeah, we're gonna keep it going. Oh, we got the fake Nat Turner, one of the IDPs in the building. I forgot. Yeah, I gotta. You don't add nothing to the conversation, so I might have to block you. You don't say nothing insightful or anything. Yes, Tariq Nasheed tethered himself to pimps. He tethered himself to Crips. He tethered himself to Pan-Africanists. He tethered himself to Moors. He's tethered himself to Christians. Because for all you don't know, Tariq went and got some fake paper. I'm not gonna say fake, but some paperwork that said that he's now what was it? Ordained minister. He tried to be everything. Everything. Tariq tried to be everything and will be everything just to try to make $1. Shout out to 24 in the building. No, he projecting like a punk. That's what Tariq projecting like a punk. Like a punk. But yeah, let's keep it going.
I'm not trying to be mean, but hell, we're going to talk truth to power. You see? And all that, I'm a Black American. No, that statement, that doesn't answer the criticism. Nobody's saying that a Black American is incapable of attacking the interest or the history of the lineage distinction of other Black Americans. But his response is basically like, how can I be attacking Black Americans when I'm a Black American? No. What exactly are you attacking? You understand? You done made up a non-existent organization with the leadership members who can voluntarily.
That's a lie. Nope. You said you're a group. We didn't say that you were an organized group. We didn't say that y'all had a formal organization where you got to get a membership in. That's not true. Like, come on, Tariq, cut that out. This is a straw man. Exactly, Fahima. He's the real cosplaying T-Slur. He's the real cosplaying T-Slur. That's why I said everything about Tariq is pure projection. Pure projection. Imagine being this dude who got that kind of documented background of being a fake pimp, a fake Crip, a fake he gonna say, well,
I'll be mad
I'm not
if he was
a fake
a real
minister because I got ordained, aka went to Vegas somewhere and probably got a piece of paper saying you're an ordained minister. Fake tethered yourself to Pan-Africanism, the Moor stuff, everything. Like, you can't make this up. Can't make this up. Can't at all. But yeah, speaking about organizations, I don't know if I could show this because it got Tariq's address on it. So I'm gonna show a little bit of it. I'm gonna show a little bit of it. Matter of fact, I don't think it got his address. It probably got somebody's address, but yeah. Of this. Can y'all see my screen? Let me take this down. Let me take this down. Let me take some of this stuff off. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me take some of this stuff off. Can y'all see my screen? What does that say? USPTO. This is an official government website. Look what it says. Word mark. I typed in foundational Black American. I hit the search button, and I went to the trademark. Look what it says. Live and registered. Live and registered. Who is it live and registered to? Tariq Nasheed.
So what
I ain't gonna show too much, but there it go. There it go. There it go. But let's get back to this. Lying like somebody said, oh, FBA is an organization that you gotta apply to join and all this other stuff. Nobody said none of that. You a lying goofy. No, Professor Black Truth is not legit. We call him student white lies over here. He not legit. He not legit at all. He got some good information from time to time, but he's wrong. He's bad. He even went against everything he ever claimed. Remember when he talked about holy days and celebrating holy days? He started removing certain Black people that he used to celebrate to be in line with the FBA ideology. With the FBA hate cult. And then try to sneak them back in when the FBA stuff started dying off. That's the thing. You can't trademark a lineage. And who would even think to do that?
You better not get quickly acknowledged. That's treason. You can't undelineate
that. Total fraud. Total fraud. But yeah, let's get back to this.
Join and quit so that you can attack that. But basically, you are attacking the lineage because there is no organization. Understand that. They are attacking the lineage when they do that. Do not be fooled. They're not fooling nobody. All right? See, they got to try to frame FBA to mean an ideology because all of the other shit will just start collapsing.
Y'all listen to this. Listen to this as a briefing. Because thousands of people about to copy every single thing he's saying right now. So it's like, bro, I heard the episode you heard too. So I already can predict your behavior.
You see?
And talking point.
That's why you can't replace that ideology with another ancestry designation. You can't say, when I speak out against Jamaican Americans, people say I don't like Jamaican Americans. No, I'm attacking Jamaican Americanism.
That doesn't even make sense. That would to make a proper analogy, it would be I'm when I speak out against foundational Jamaican Americans, I'm not speaking out against Jamaican Americans. See, you couldn't even make the analogy right. Your analogy is off. And the reason you purposely didn't make the analogy right is because you know what you're saying would have fell through.
All right, what are you talking about? So you're trying to make up some non-existent group, and you're doing it very clumsily, and it's not working. See, the thing is, the straw man argument, it gives these people an infinitely expanded. See, once they try to transform foundational Black Americans from a lineage to some vague movement, anything somebody says online becomes evidence of what, quote, FBA believes. You see how they do that? That sleight of hand trick? It doesn't have to be a membership, doesn't even have to be a platform, doesn't have to be a governing body, doesn't have to be an agreement among the people carrying the lineage. You can just grab a provocative statement from any individual and say, oh, that's FBA. FBA said, that's what time.
No, that's not true. People are going about what you said, Tariq. Because again, the people talking are repeating what you said. People, when they say that's what FBA believe in, they going by what you say, and the people who repeat what you say. Shout out to Dr. Cappy. Crappy. I called you Crappy. Oh, excuse me. Carpy. I'm sorry. Shout out to Dr. Carpy for coming through with the Canadian 5. Much appreciated. He's worse than TD Barnum. He's worse. I said TD. Oh my God. I'm just all over the place right now. Because I'm just hot. But yes, Tariq is worse than him. Worse.
Tasha K did. She said somebody called her husband.
Yeah, make sure y'all saluting everybody who's supporting the stream right now. Make sure y'all saluting all of them.
A booty scratcher. Nobody knows who did it, if it even happened. Then all of a sudden, she goes on a rant denigrating the entire 50 million lineage, saying that we're all like the KKK. Because
there's not 50 million people who would even qualify to be known as FBA. Look what you're talking about.
Crazy.
Now there's 50 million quote unquote FBA. First of all, the people who you even say would even be FBA don't even know about it. 99% of black people never even heard this term. Don't even identify as this term. 90+% never heard it. Like, come on, cut it out. Like, come on, cut it out. You making stuff up. This was who was repeating stuff that they got from you. And I played the clip of the woman saying that. So she said some woman said that if that even happened. Weirdo. Shout out to Reg in the building. Exactly. Ain't no 50 million FBAs. Ain't even 50 million theoretical FBAs.
Yeah, that don't sound right.
Yes, it's an online hate cult. That's what it is. They online hate cult.
Some random person called somebody a booty scratcher, which I don't even believe happened, to be honest. So they try to pull that stuff with us. They try to do the collective blame hypocrisy with us. Notice that? They individualize immigrants with their anti-Black American rhetoric, but they collectivize every foundational Black American response to them. See, when African and Caribbean and other immigrants, they get online and they say little slick shit about foundational Black Americans and call Black Americans lazy, cultureless, criminal, uneducated. And when we say, hey, man, what's up with your man over here? Well, that's just one person.
But Tariq, that's what you do. See, this is again, projection. This is what y'all do. You just did that just now. You just did this just now. You constantly attack all Black immigrants based on what one person said, may or may not have said. You do that all the time. You even justify it by saying, well, yeah, it ain't all of y'all, but it's enough of y'all, so it's okay to go at all of y'all. You said that. You justify that. But then right now, when we talking about this woman who called Tasha K's husband a scratch her of the butt, you denying that even happened, and you saying, well, that's just one person. Because if that was the case, then we can do that. It's just one person. Like, come on now. This is projection.
We don't generalize. Everybody don't think like that. That one person don't represent all Nigerians. That one person don't represent all Kenyans. Okay. Then when somebody responds to one of these tethers, like, hey, man, shut your tether ass up. Oh, hey, look, FBA's, this is a hate group calling them a tether. Y'all, this is a hate group. This is xenophobia. This is a diaspora war. This diaspora war is crazy. It's only a diaspora war when we clap back. Y'all notice that? It's never a...
Oh, my God. Projection as usual. No real ones call themselves FBA. Show me somebody who matter who calls himself FBA. Show it. Show me somebody who stands on being FBA. The closest y'all ever got to somebody who matters saying that they FBA was, what's the brother name? Ryan Coogler. And then he immediately stopped saying that. Once somebody let him know, like, oh no, that's a hate cult. He ain't say that no more. Ain't nobody standing on FBA. That matters. Shout out to Kangaroo in the building. I'm pretty sure if I asked my mother the same thing, I would get the same thing. I would get the same response. Oh, so I guess I could block you. I'm blocking this IDP right now because he said this is a tether space. He couldn't refute nothing I said, so now he's just calling me a tether. and calling this a tether place. Well, you don't need to be here because again, we don't need no IDPs running around here talking crazy. Shout out to the hood mistress in the building. There we go. Get you out. Get that IDP gone. Exactly. Exactly, hood mistress. Y'all brand. Y'all hate code. We got that IDP out of here.
Goddamn diaspora war when these people are calling us Akadas, Abids, Jarirs, Bibi Mamas. It's never a diaspora war. Only when we respond to these tethers, oh, this diaspora war gotta stop. This is just going too far now. It just gotta stop. Fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here. No, we ain't gonna just sit here and just take abuse from people indefinitely. And we ain't supposed to say nothing? Damn that. But listen, let me play the rest.
Yeah, let you play the rest. Well, hold on. Nat Turner, yeah, I think I can put you on timeout. I ain't gonna block you, but I'm gonna put you on timeout. He's definitely an IDP. Get this IDP out of here. Put you on timeout. I ain't gonna block you. But definitely gonna put you on timeout. In the building. Yes, they can. No, IDP is not too harsh. IDP is not too harsh. Calling somebody who identifies FBA, talking about other people are calling other people tethers and fleers, it's not too harsh to call them an IDP. Not too hard at all. Not too harsh at all.
I find this video.
Play some more. Let me play some more. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to go deep with it. This is some heavy stuff. Hold on. Let me go back a little bit. Here we go.
Yeah.
This foundational shit got you niggas acting weird.
Right, because
y'all think y'all niggas to the second power or something.
Right. Because when they say it, it's not just I'm Black American who descended from Black Americans. They saying it like Black American supremacy. And it's like, part. That's the problem, nigga.
That's where we're
That's the problem.
And then that y'all listen to.
Okay.
A minute. Yeah, shout out to Mr. A coming through with the 2 pounds. Much appreciated. Whole lot of ones beat a whole lot of nuts any day of the week. Also, again, to address that point about the IDP, I'm calling them that because they say fleer. And it's like, all right, it's just like when people who are not anti-gay, but they meet people who are homophobes and then they get exposed for being on the down low and then they make fun of them for being gay. It's not who is doing that has a problem with gay people. They're just throwing that into their face and mocking them. It's the same thing I'm doing. Like I said, I don't got no problem with nobody who left. I would leave. Fleeing, like I said, like I always keep telling y'all, quote unquote, fleeing is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. They think it's a bad thing. So it's like, all right, if y'all think it's a bad thing and y'all think y'all superior to other people who quote unquote fled, what about you fleeing, IDP? And then that gets them mad and that shuts them up every time. So yes, calling somebody an IDP is not too harsh. And again, we reserving that for the FBA bozos. But yeah, let's keep it going. Shout out to Mr. K for coming through with the 2 pounds again. Make sure y'all shouting out Mr. K, supporting the stream. Make sure y'all shouting out Dr. Carpy also supporting the stream. Laughing like Saget, supporting the stream. And the other person who hit me on the Cash App, again, just say it was me, so I can give you the shout out. But again, like I said, the Cash App, the PayPal, the Venmo is for people who want to support directly and might not want to be known and don't want people like, seeing them supporting or whatever the case may be. So yeah, there you go. Or just for people to support because it's easier. Because some people it's easier to support with Cash App than the super thanks. And I would much prefer you hit the Cash App than the super thanks. Yeah, but anyway, shout out to everybody in the building. Let's keep it going. Let's hear what Tariq got to say.
Okay, so Black supremacy? Black American supremacy? Really? Black American supremacy? Who is this?
Yes, Tariq. Y'all FBAs think y'all superior to everybody else. Wasn't you just saying the other day how great FBA is and how superior FBA to other people because we don't FBA don't flee. We the only first world black people and yada 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 and on and on and on and on. That sounds like somebody who thinks they're superior to other black people. That's exactly what that sounds like, because that's exactly what that is. Y'all think y'all superior, and you're not.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to find this video where Tariq was like, he I can't find it. I really want to find it before I get up out of here, man. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on, y'all. Hold up.
What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. Now what if something's wrong? What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong.
All right, I gotta find it. Y'all let me know. I mean, and shout outs to everybody that's catching this on the replay. Please support the show. Playing a mean game of catch up, y'all. I also wanted to do on today's show, but I'll do it probably on the next show. Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate. So y'all let me know if y'all need that. It's Player Talk Radio. Hold on. Let me see. I think I'm getting close to the video. I gotta go find it, but
I didn't know when I developed this beef with FBA niggas. It kind of just happened. I wasn't really attempting to build like bobble with them or fight with them. Really, I just don't agree with their ideology. A lot of these niggas have a problem with calling FBA an ideology. A lot of these niggas believe that FBA is an identity. To a certain point, you're right. Right? To a certain point, being a foundational Black American is identity. Right? Me personally, who is a descendant of slaves, my great grandmother was a sharecropper. I am technically a foundational Black American. The problem is these niggas have politicized their existence to the point where it's no longer a state of being and it's now a position of ideological stance. I didn't mean to become oppositions with FBA niggas. Our political existence exists on opposite spectrums of each other. When I hear their thought, I am on the opposite end of it because I think it's idiotic to say the least. I tweeted this out the other day. Deontay Cowell is being killed because he said FBA niggas ain't outside. Well, that's objectively a fact. I've never once met any of you niggas IRL, a bunch of internet warriors. As somebody who has been more active inside his community, more active against protesting our fascist regime that's currently leading our country, you talk to real Black people outside. You talk to real Black people outside about this FBA shit. They don't know what the that thing that only exists on the timeline to further divide us when we're fucking scrolling on our phones. So when Deontay Cowell said this, which Deontay Cowell and I all don't always agree, but when it comes to our ideologies, we exist on the same spectrum. I have no choice but to be on his side. The nigga is right. I'm supposed to not say a nigga cook when he cooked because sometimes we disagree on things. That's insane. In saying this tweet, a bunch of FBA niggas came to my mentions and decided to kick my back in. I've since muted this tweet, but at the very beginning of this tweet starting to get traction, I tweeted, "You African, you tether, you fat. Boo. Did I scare you? I'm a job application." Why? Because this is some of the main responses that nigga used for me. Niggas call me African, tether, and a fat. My biggest complaint with FBA niggas is for people who want to separate Black Americanness from the rest of the diaspora, you niggas are not even good at recognizing Black Americans from the rest of the diaspora. There's not a single ounce of me that isn't a descendant of slaves. Like, truly. Like, my parents are young parents. My parents right now are in their 40s, young parents. So that means I've met my grandparents and I met my great grandparents. Like, my lineage, I met them. Ain't nothing else but the sins of the slaves inside my ancestry. You fucking mind. You niggas is retarded. FBA is nothing but an ideology created by the CIA to further divide the Black community. FBA to me is the same thing as white nationalism. The same thing as a heritage American. Foundation Black American and Heritage American is the same thing. I believe these two ideologies was cooked up in a lab to divide the proletariat, the working class blacks, working class whites, and working class Spanish people from each other so that they could easily divide us when it comes to this ice shit. Imperialism is the main problem here. Imperialism will forever and always be the main problem here. The problem is not whether or not
kind of goes back to what he was saying in the whole Marxism, you know, that he called it years ago, foolish Black Americans. Y'all gotta understand. That's why I be, dropping gems. Wisdom will come to you in the form of a joke sometimes.
There are some racist Spanish people. The problem will never be whether or not there's some racist white people, some niggas who are prejudiced. That will never be the problem. That will never be the issue here. The issue here is that there is a elite class that yearns to use our bodies as a means of production and furthering their agenda for capital. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else to talk about besides that. Once we leave that, we're off the topic that is at hand. We're off topic. Here's the tweet I said. I said, never going back and forth with a nigga who calls me African as a diss. As a Pan-African, I am every nigga. I'm every nigga. When you look at me, you don't see a foundational Black American. You don't see a Haitian. You don't see a Jamaican. You don't see somebody from West Cape, Africa. You don't see none of that. What you see is a fucking nigga. Don't matter where the nigga's from, it's a nigga. That's all that matters. That's all that matters, gang. It's all that matters. And truth be told, a lot of you FBA niggas can't even tell me. You niggas calling me a tether and an African. 4 Black grandparents. My grandmother, once again, was a sharecropper, but you niggas can't tell. I am a nigga. I'm every nigga. Every single one. I don't care which one you call me. I'm every nigga. That's all that matters in this conversation. Everything else is nothing but useless. That's meant to divide us. That's meant to separate us. My greatest fear when it comes to this FBA shit is that it penetrates everyday life. Once again, I don't think real niggas, real people outside are walking up to you being like, where your grandparents from? Where you from? I'll tell you a story. A few weeks back ago, I was talking to this girl. And I was talking to her. I'm like, she look a little Haitian. I know a lot of Haitian people. Philly has a big Haitian population. So I looked at it, I was like,
I said, you don't need a damn CIA and all this other concocted shit in the lab to fool Black people, bro. Because you're not fooling a whole group of people. You're fooling key people, and that's gonna take care of the group. All you gotta do is fool specific people in the group, and voila. As a matter of fact, you blow your cover when you're trying to fool them all. niggas would tell you. I would have did it willingly. You didn't have to do all of that to fool me. The niggas will tell you.
Not on no FBA shit, but where your family from? See, so, New Jersey. My family from here. Answer the question, and she was like, by the way, what's FBA? Real niggas in real life don't even understand what FBA means.
I went through this the other day.
It's not even a thing that like registers inside their brain. This is an internet ideology. This isn't something that people identify as in real life. Nobody in real life is being like, I identify as FBA. Niggas say I'm black. That's it. We're in America. It doesn't matter what island you from or what country you from in Africa, you're black. Now that matters. Number one, you want to tokenize yourself to become a useful fool for white supremacy. That becomes very useful when we're talking to other black people to separate yourself, to have a understanding of your roots and your culture. But just outside, when you get pulled over by the police ain't being like, oh, nah, he's Nigerian. Like I said, I told them niggas to go get a job. I said, go get a job, bitch ass nigga. One of these person says, LMFAO, I need to get a job because I don't want to unite with people who eat tiger for dinner. They're doing classic African racism. These are fellow black people, fellow Negroes, nigga. A lot of these niggas in my mentions just had like AI pictures. I'm like, how do I even know you're a nigga? That's what frustrates me the most about the FBA movement. I do think there are real people on the internet, like not bots, not CIA agents, like real people who are on the timeline being influenced by this. And seeing this as a real political thought. Once again, they get mad when I call it political thought and not an identity, but it truly is political thought. But the problem is, I feel like inside the 2010s, we had a real big revolution inside the black community when it understanding what digital blackface was. And what digital blackface is people who are not black represented themselves as black on the timeline through AVs and profile pictures.
That's real cosplay.
I think that has upticked. There's an upswing of that. I don't believe most of these FBA accounts on the timeline are actual niggas, bro. These be the niggas that I be beefing with, bro. It be dripless niggas, bro. Look at what cuz got on, bro. Fuck out of here, man. By the way, this outfit's so Nigerian, gang. At some point, we have to start differentiating like FBAs from black Americans to say the same way that we inside this community really try to do. And I hope that a lot of you take this note from me when I say this out loud, because I don't want this to be part of my community. The same way that we differentiate Jews from Israel. Same kind of shit, bro. We gotta find a differentiation. We gotta find the separation between FBA and just niggas from America, from Jews to Israel. It's the same kind of shit, bro. It's the same kind of shit.
Potty mouth. Stop playing. And you gotta learn how to hate, man. Listen, and that's the thing. Black Americans, African Americans, they're different from FBA. But a lot of them, they're trying to wiggle their way into this also. Now I found the video. Take a look at this. An Afro think tank, he's for quote unquote black Americans and quote unquote African Americans and Pan-Africanism and stuff. So there is a difference between black Americans, because a lot of FBAs happen to be black Americans and actual, but anyway.
Going on about this Afro think tank. I'm gonna make this quick, even though the video's not quick.
I want y'all to take
as long as we got YouTubers deriding.
Yeah, he need to watch that video. Yeah, we was Irish.
Trying to make him look good. As long as we got people deriding Tariq Nasheed, I'm gonna be on that ass. All right, you know why? Because I always got time. Just like the deriders got time, I got time. And I'm gonna remind all my proud African Americans, all my brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, and all my brothers and sisters on the continent, that we African Americans do not accept FBA. We don't accept the name FBA, and I'm talking about foundational black Americans. They're an embarrassment to our community. They are pariahs of the community. They're the weakest link of the community, right? Anytime you hear them say a word tether, you know that identifies them as weak niggas. Anytime you hear that word tether, just know the person saying it is a weak nigga. Anybody identifying themselves of FBA, they part of the weakest link. Anybody who say Tariq Nasheed is not their leader are followers of Tariq Nasheed. And anybody deriding Tariq Nasheed is Tariq Nasheed's bitch. So without further ado, I'm gonna make this unnecessarily long video reinforcing why anybody who support Tariq Nasheed ain't nothing but Tariq Nasheed's bitch. And FBA is nothing to be taken seriously. I'm gonna do that. Anyway, I gotta say, I'm out.
Ain't black, so they shouldn't be a part of the black conversation. FBAs are a contradiction. They are a whitewashed, sellout contradiction. You cannot be pro-black. You cannot claim to be for the community while also dividing the community. That you're canceling yourself out. One, it don't add up. The math just don't math on that. You can name all of the bad experiences that you've had with Africans. You can name all the bad experiences you've had with the European reject. And the bad experiences that you've had with European reject will far outweigh, as a community, not individually, because individually don't none of what you're talking about matter. Everything is about the picture, the larger scale. But you can't seem to comprehend the bigger picture or the larger scale because you're too saturated and too obsessed with your own self-hatred, Stockholm syndrome, and trauma from these selective moments that you've had with a group of people that you don't want to like anyway. So because you don't want to like them anyway, you have to believe this certain narrative and be obsessed with this certain narrative that automatically cancels you out from the pro-black conversation. Because there are aspects of your movement that directly help and aid Klan members. And if there are aspects of your movement that directly help the actual enemy, you have disqualified yourself from the pro-black conversation. You hate yourself so much that you want to commandeer somebody else's culture. You hate yourself so much that you want to rewrite history. Who does that sound like to you? Does that sound like what black people do? No, that sounds like what a European reject do. And you are taking on the same tactics. As a black person, we are the original people. We were the first to migrate. So although, yes, all life on Earth began in Africa, it wouldn't surprise me if when Columbus showed up, we were here already, but we were here already because we migrated first before everybody else, not because we were just here already. Y'all take pieces of information and you create a narrative around it because you don't want to be from Africa anyway. You don't want to like yourself anyway. You don't like who you are anyway. You don't like your blackness anyway. You code switch to a point of no return. You are self-hatred at its finest, the purest description, because you spend all day, you spend your whole time on this social media demonizing and helping Klan members and white supremacists divide this community, then somehow turn around, try to commandeer somebody else's culture because of your self-hatred, and you still pro-black? Stop arguing with the FBAs. They ain't black, so they shouldn't be a part of the black conversation. They shouldn't be a part of the Black American conversation. They shouldn't be a part of the African American conversation, American African conversation, Pan-African conversation. What they need is an ass whooping for the disrespect that they've shown towards this American community, towards the Jamaican community, towards the African community, towards the African American community, towards all of us, and towards the actual Native Americans. I want to make sure the Native Americans know, the Africans know, every black person globally know, FBAs are not black people. They are not African American. They're not Black American. They're not nothing. They just look like us. What they are is a whitewashed, copycat, watered down, hoe-ass version that hates themselves so much they want to delineate to get cozy up next to massa. They are European reject pets. And anybody got a problem with it, you can come see me personally, but you better have a gun with you, because I got all mine.
The only difference between a prostitute and a politician.
All right, now this is the part I want to show y'all. Listen to
keeping an eye on her, and a politician.
Well, I was
doesn't.
hollering when I was cleaning up
Until
yesterday.
now.
Anybody can say they're clubbing, and a lot of young guys, I'm a pimp, I'm a pimp, I'm a pimp, but you can tell them the attitude. I even wrote a book on the game, man. I got a book. I'm one of the 5 pimps in history to actually have a book about the game. That's why I'm so well known around the country, besides my impeccable pimping skills.
So do you think the way I'm looking at this is off, or do you think it's on? I mean, it's because I look at
Fahrenheit
Congress,
11.
I see them selling themselves out. We've tried so many things to get some
screens.
order. Yeah, well, it's all failed. So you're like the last resort, all right?
Yeah.
If you can go down there as our pimp and bring some order to this house of ill repute, I think America would applaud you.
Will America applaud a pimp? I'm gonna show
if
them
you
how
do
real
that,
pimp. I'm
yeah.
gonna show
If you do this, if you slap them around a bit and get them, knock some sense into their head, and at the very least, if they're going to be whores for the people.
Okay, well, I will pimp for America. How about that?
Yeah, Michael Moore. Yep. We was on the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
When I get my Mac on, I like to learn some of the local customs. So I went to visit one of my homies, that's Nightheart, over at Public Campaign. He knew all the players on my new block. Slick Nick, I want to get some of this Washington, D.C. lingo in my Rolodex. What's a campaign contribution?
A campaign contribution is a sum of money given to a person who's running for office to help them further their campaign.
Okay, so that's basically the cheddar that you guys are spreading around here in Washington, D.C. That's the money.
That's the money. That's the big money. And I don't think the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House members would be getting all that money unless the people who gave it to them expected something in return.
So basically, we got a bunch of hoes who are the politicians turning tricks for the lobbyists, and the tricks are favors, illicit favors that they really shouldn't be doing to get some of this contribution money, right?
About $1 billion a year.
Well, you looking at a $3 billion pimp. You feel me, Nicky?
About to say,
Slick Nick. Bam. Yeah, take me to the Capitol, homie. Let's go over and get some of this Congress money. I had more than 500 new hoes to bring into my stable, so I headed straight for the mother lode, the U.S. Capitol building. What's up, baby? I'm the new Mac in town. Look at all you hoes. Y'all keep on taking that oil money. Break me off a little cheddar. You little stable of bitches. Hey, who your homeboy right here, man? Hold on, I'm spitting game at this bitch. What's up, baby? You don't want to work for a real pimp? Already. Looking good, though.
I'm sorry, I came to the wrong place.
Oh, I just want to spit a little game at you, baby.
I can't, I gotta go.
Oh, man, y'all need to get on this, man.
Anton feel bad.
Baby. Come over here and holler at a real pimp.
Gotta go. Hot dog.
No hoe would disrespect me like that unless they already had a pimp. And in this town, that's the Democratic and the Republican parties. These pimps bring in millions, and they weren't just going to let me in on the action. So I went down there to tell them that their services were no longer needed, now that a real pimp was in town. So my thing is, I just want to show y'all how a real pimp does it, and I just want to let you know that they work for him.
Pennsylvania,
They
people
work
in Texas.
work for the pimp of Los Angeles, because I done went and put the shoe on their ass. This is the new game now. I came in to D.C. to get my pimp on. I'm just like you. But the thing is, them hoes go through me now. They're my stable. You feel me, J-Dog? And I'm coming to you pimp to pimp, because, you know, I'm who's up the game is up the pimp's hoe. You got to go check the pimp and let him know what's up.
Well, it sounds to me like you're quite upset and you're very disenchanted, like most Americans are, at the Republican majority in their efforts to kill campaign finance
baby,
reform.
J-Dog, I'm not upset with you, man. I mean, you know, I don't hate the player. I don't hate the game. You know what I'm saying? I don't play or hate. I congratulate, baby. You know what I'm saying?
I think we're probably done for the...
Come on, man. One last thing, man. Really, who are you giving your money to, man? Because I might know. I'm telling you, I've been checking bitches all week, man.
Well, I really resent your use of that. Yeah,
That's what they are. I mean, well, you resent the truth? They bitches, they hoes, and you a pimp. I mean, really, what other euphemism can we use? I like you, man, I'm telling you. We're on the same page with this pimp game, baby. It's all to the
looking
good.
like Rampage Jackson.
I think I was now the main Mac in charge.
Look, y'all can make all the comments y'all want. Y'all can get all the jokes out, bro. About who I am as a person, my Europeanness, nigga. I'm still black. Okay.
All right. So, all right. No more confused niggas for today. All right. No more confused niggas for today. God damn it. All right. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Listen, I'm gonna try to do another show. Thank you everybody that hit the like button and supported today's show. Show some on air, off air. Please support the show because you care. It's Player Talk Radio. Listen, we're gonna do Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson. And I'm gonna kind of be wrapping it up on this. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna kind of be wrapping it up on this because I even got love for FBA people. I don't think I'm slandering anybody or throwing hate anywhere. That's why the points that I'm bringing up is from their rules, And we didn't even get into the real. I didn't even get started yet. We haven't even gotten started yet. This is the second layer of the onion. We can go into layer 9, 10, and 12 and shit. So I don't want to be divisive. And also too, I was hitting him up. I thought he was gonna come through on today's show. But it's a young cat. He was chopping up some good game. And he's from Washington, D.C. and or the DMV area at least. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to go over one of his videos. I thought he was gonna come through, but he said he was at work, and it's a little bit different. I know there's a time difference and stuff where I'm at, so it is what it is. I'm gonna see if he could come through a little bit later. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna drop the link for him, but I don't think he off work yet. But anyway, man. I've been working all day. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here.
What's a matter, Daddy? Bust all in there.
See you guys on the next one. It's Player Talk. Please support the show on air, off air. You support Player Talk Radio.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation. Yeah, because of inflammation. Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation. Yeah. And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans. Yeah. Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid. This
Oh God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid. Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid.
Now what if something's wrong? What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong. Now what if something's wrong? What if I'm on drugs? What would happen if I got hit with some slugs? Am I not enough? I ain't feeling love. I'm just talking to the man above. Sometimes I wanna live, sometimes I really don't. Trying all my life, I get it wrong. I've been trying all my life, I get it wrong.
People come and they go. Some people may stay with you though. I am all alone tonight, and I kept on asking myself questions. Conceited I was at times. I never really doubted myself, but tonight got me thinking about it all. If I am the fool or whatnot, I do not regret with my choices. I'm rather proud. Ooh, yet I know I won't change anything because I can only be me. So how can I be so sure? At a crossroads, I'm afraid to, but I can't let fear get the best of me. Someone once said, burn my dread, babe. Who knows what tomorrow holds? Just wanna